Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work, I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
Wanna feel that rush, rising like the golden sun. Gonna take one touch, lightning lets me know that you're the one. Yeah, you took these rough diamonds, my heart is like a loaded gun. And I'm gonna use that love, I'm gonna use that love. Now we're here tonight, I'm gonna use that love, till it's running dry. I'm gonna use that love, I was empty, so hollow, since you came around. I'm gonna use that love.
Hello. Oh God, wait for it. There we go. Hello, folks. Hello. How is everyone? Can you all hear me well? Can you all hear? Oh my God, why does my hair look so weird? It shouldn't look like that, guys. It shouldn't look like that. It should look better. It looks like it's sticking on end. Oh well, whatever. Who cares? Hello, folks. Hi. Hello. All right. Oof. God. What is going on with my hair today? It's like sticking. Anyway, I look like an asshole. Okay. Well, what else is new? All right, guys. Hi. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Let's see who we have here today. I did trim my beard, Matt Saiga. I did trim my beard. I had to. It was getting itchy and shit because it's really cold, so my skin gets really dry. You can even see there's like this white crap because my face gets super dry in the winter and like it gets all, flaky. Anyway, I'm sorry, Matt Saiga. Don't worry though. It grows back very fast, unfortunately for me a lot of the time. Hello, Doug. Glad to see you here, Doug. Hello, Body Swap. Always glad to see you, Body Swap. I'm doing well, Body Swap. How are you doing, Body Swap? Hello, Virtual Violence. Always glad to have you here as well, Virtual Violence. We're going to be talking about violence today. Isn't that fun? I mean, it is America. When do we not talk about violence, right? Ugh. Okay. What else we got here? We got boop. Sir Bartholomew. Oh, I'm sorry, Alyssa. Hello, Alyssa. How are you doing, Alyssa? How are you doing? Doing well, Alyssa? Hello, Sir Bartholomew. Glad to see you here as always. Love to have you here. Outer Signal's here. Woot woot. Hello, Outer Signal. So glad when Outer Signal's here. What do we miss here? Phineas, hello, Phineas. Welcome, Phineas. Welcome back, Phineas. Glad to see you here, of course. Lois, so ashy white. Yeah, I get very ashy. My skin gets ashy, so I had to kind of. I know some people prefer the beard. I know some people prefer the beard. Whatever. Okay, I think it looks good. I think it looks fine. I had to trim it because my skin gets all flaky and crap, especially in the winter. Okay. All right. Uh, who else did I miss here? Da, 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 da. Yeah, oh, I know, Doug, you're right, but you know how expensive beard oil is, Doug, right? Like, I think you do know probably, Doug, but I agree with you, okay? LaCroix, hello, LaCroix, so glad to see you here. LaCroix, I love that. Love that, LaCroix, love to see you here. Matt Guy, bets on Keir Starmer resigning by the end of the week. We can only hope so. Thank you, we can only hope so, all right? Oh, thank you, Miss Ayami. Thank you. You say pretty eyes and skin. Thank you, Miss Ayami, really. Glad to see you here, all right? Phineas and Ferb. I'm not sure what that's a reference to. Anyway, hello, Cody. Hello, Cody. Glad to thank you, Cody. See, Cody says it looks good on me, regardless. Okay. Um, uh, okay, well, that's fair, Loy. So there you go. Okay. See, you're right, Loy. So you might as well give up. My beard is bigger, anyways. Good on you for realizing competition is futile. It is. Well, no, I would win if I let my beard grow out because my beard grows super fast. Okay. Like way too fast for my own good. I got to tell you, like when I was in high school, folks, because it was a Catholic school, we weren't allowed to have any hair on our face. And I would shave in the morning, go to school, and by the end of the day, I'd already start having a 5 o'clock shadow. Like you'd already be able to start seeing the hair come up on my face, and so I'd get in trouble, and they'd be like, "You didn't shave." I'm like, "I did. I shaved when I woke. I shaved when I woke up," and they ended up not punishing me because they're like, "Yeah, it looks like you just hair just grows fast." Anyway, um, thank you, Laura Bell. You say exfoliate and then moisturize. Thank you, Laura Bell. I will try to do that. I need to get better at that. I have some. I don't know. I know this is turning into a skincare stream here, but yes, you're right. I do need to. Oh my! I know, Shasha Khan. Oh yeah, Shasha Khan. Trust me, not great. You're right, Laura Bell. I will try to do better exfoliation and moisturization. Okay, very good. Okay. Shasha Khan said, welcome, Shasha Khan, by the way. Oh, God, Catholic. Yep, not great, Shasha Khan, especially when you're a gay man like I am. Wasn't a great time. Wasn't a great time. Mine is to my waist, so I go. So go on, pretty boy. I ain't scared. Okay, fair Loy. So you're gonna win that competition. Outer Signal. How dare you, Outer Signal? Yes, a little bit, a little bit. Okay. Ooh, Shasha Khan, I'm so sorry. All right. Otter coded, kind of. Yes, exactly. Outer Signal, otter coded. You didn't acknowledge how good I am at noticing things, and no, I'm not going to, Mad Sci Guy. Oh, uh, just not Catholic. I'm not gay, but just not Catholic. I got you, Shasha Khan. I understand. Okay, very nice. All right, okay, guys. So we have some stuff to talk about today. Now, normally, you guys, hello, Marzipan Power. There's a lot of folks in here I don't recognize. Marzipan Power, have you been in here before? Sasha Khan, have you been in here before? Laura, have you been here before? I don't recognize any of you. You have? Okay, cool. Glad to see you. Are you normally in the background? Or is this like okay, anyway, glad to see you. Very glad to see you though, okay? I like. Okay, so folks, uh why do I care, Sam? Because I like creating a community, Matt Sci Guy. Yeah, very new. Nice to be here. Excellent, Marzipan. Fantastic. Okay. Everyone ready? Everyone ready? Okay. So we normally, guys, that when I do my streams, we do a lot of what's the term? Like politics and news and shit like that. Okay. Oh, I love it, Laura Bell. Welcome, Laura Bell. Comment as much as you'd like. All right. Everyone can comment. You don't have to, though. No one can. You don't have to comment. But anyway, all right. So normally we do a lot of history, a lot of politics, stuff like that. And when I first started streaming a while back, we did more history stuff also because a lot of the folks in here, uh, I know, shocking, right? Body swap. So I would do bits on history, and I haven't done history for a while. Don't worry, we're going to do politics and news too, right? But I'm a teacher, guys. I can't help myself. It's important to look at history to understand the present. So we're going to, before we get into the news and the politics, just to force all of you to learn something, we're going to talk a little bit about history, and then we will do the regular news politics stuff, all right? And so, who here joined me early on when I was doing more history stuff? Okay. Regardless, Thank you, Doug. All right. There you go, LaCroix. All right. Why do you have to make everything political? Loiso, how dare you? Okay. Everything is political this day and age. Hello, Louise. Now, wait a minute, guys. This is a shame. Look at this. Look at this. This is horrible. Where's my I need my stick so I can hit Loiso. Where'd my stick go? Where'd my staff of power and justice go? 1 second. Where'd my Sailor Moon? 1 second. I need to get my stick of power so I can boop people. Boop, brump, and boink. All right. Where is it? This is a shame, folks. This is an absolute disaster. This is absolutely vital to the stream. We need it. We need it. Where is it? Where's the stick? Where's the stick of power? If I don't have it, I have all my power is gone. I can no longer hit people. The world starts falling apart. You know, you let the little things go, guys. You let the little things go and everything starts going, right? It's called the broken windows theory of the stick of power. You let one window break, and then suddenly all the windows start breaking, and people start breaking the windows. Where is it? Where's the stick of power and justice? There it is. All right, it fell. It fell, guys. It fell. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Found it, guys. Don't worry. I found it. All right. No, LaCroix, it's not canceled. How dare you? All right. Okay, guys. They technically true. I'm sorry, Shasha Khan. Yes, technically it's a scepter. But all right. All right. So let's get into it, shall we? Yes, moon spiral heart attack. Ugh. Okay, if you all know Sailor Moon, that's perfect. Okay, everyone ready? Everyone ready? Oh, it's like looks like you have I need a holster for this stick. Yes, he doesn't have his boop weapon equipped exactly. Um exactly, body swap. Yes, founding member here. Alyssa and Lee Lane being the founding members. Asmid is here. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. Hello, Macon. Okay, we'll get into this stuff now. All right, so let me show you. So first, we're going to, before we get into the politics and the news stuff, I have a little presentation for you. Okay, everyone ready? That you're welcome, Cody. You're welcome. Right? Come on, you all liked it. You all liked the spiral heart attack, okay? You loved the Usagi spiral heart attack. Shame on you. Don't gay shame me, okay? Where'd my face go? God, look, today is just starting off so well. Okay, so let's talk really fast about the American Civil War. Now, we're not gonna do it's not like a real lesson. It's not like I'm gonna be like, oh, it started in 18 something something and it was caused by slavery. And we're not gonna do that. We're gonna talk about one specific aspect of the Civil War in sort of a hope of understanding why some countries are the way they are and others are not. Okay. Yes, Tuxedo Mask's work here is done. He's so useless. Tuxedo Mask is useless. Tuxedo Mask is so useless. Anyway, okay, so let's talk, shall we? We're going to be talking about one aspect of the Civil War from a book, a very well-known history book called Republic of Suffering: Death and the American Civil War. Okay. Hello, Macy. Did I miss you, Macy? Forgive me. Oh, I got you. I got you, Macy. How dare you, Macy? All right. So this is a very famous book. All right. I had to read it in grad school. And it is literally about the death and suffering of the Civil War. Okay. Now, what the hell? Why are we learning about that? Well, because massive death and suffering on a mass scale can have, if you didn't know, major effects on a society. And it really changed America, the death and suffering aspect of the Civil War. And something I have noticed about the United States especially, right? Oh, you know I could virtual violence, and I would totally have, like, a little beard and stuff. I'd be like, in 1864, the American yeah, I would totally do that for 8 hours. Okay, so let's talk about it, all right? And so when a country goes through a lot of suffering and death and destruction, it oftentimes has pretty significant changes. This sounds dark, but I would argue that historically, death and destruction and, like, horror on a mass scale is very civilizing. What do I mean by that? It typically results in a society that is more collectivist, more caring about their neighbors. I know this sounds dark, okay? Less Um, Hello Meowzord, less nationalistic, more empathetic, all right? And one thing that we have not seen much of in America is mass death and destruction, within the country, except for except for, except for, during the American Civil War, all right? So Asmit says, "What about 9/11?" Okay? That is different. Now, because that was not actually death and destruction on a mass scale. Okay, that was most people didn't lose someone they knew. All right, very few people died in comparison to the size of the country. We're talking like ridiculous proportions of death and destruction. Okay, and yes, it was sort of a media event. Sasha Khan. Okay, like yeah. All right. And so we're talking like big things. And Laura is also right, though. After 9/11, Americans did come together quite a bit. Now, it was directed in a bad way. It was like, "Everyone come together, let's go kill Iraqis," but there was also more of a sense of, like, caring for each other for a limited amount of time. Okay, anyway, so let's talk about this book and what it talks about, all right? And let's just think about, how do we think American society got to where it is, all right? And I think one of the reasons compared to other countries is that we haven't had that much death and suffering. I know that's horrible to say, but you can see that after the American Civil War some things changed that I think may have been better. But then that went away because it was only one war and one example. Okay, this is horrible. All right, so let's talk about the mass death. So, for those who don't know about the American Civil War, it was the bloodiest war in American history. It was absolutely horrific. Something like 620,000 to 750,000 fighting men died. Okay. Now, that doesn't sound like necessarily like much if you compare it to like the death numbers in like World War I and World War II overall. Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. Hello, SoCal. All right. But but that was 2% of the entire population at the time. So America lost 2% of the whole population. That's 1 out of every 50 people died, which is pretty disastrous for a country. And if we took the same percentage of people that died at that time and took it today, um, and we took it today, it would be about over 6 million people. So imagine if over 6 million Americans suddenly died today. That would be the equivalent of the death during the Civil War. Correct, Louise. We've never really been bombed. No, we haven't. Okay, there's never been mass bombing on American soil. All right. Now you could talk Pearl Harbor, but that was a limited location. We haven't really had any of our cities ever mass bombed. Okay. All right. It was definitely the deadliest war in American history, and c literally more people died in World War I, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam combined. Combined, all right? It was pretty horrific, okay? Um, all right. Yeah, Loy, so that is very modern war. This was not modern war, okay? Like, in terms of this was extremely shocking, in terms of death scale at the time, okay? And, like, for the time, this was horrific. And obviously, there were more modern weapons later in World War II and stuff where death rates were horrific, but this is, like, really bad, okay? Like, for the time, really bad. Even Europeans, by the way, who came over here were like, "This I've never seen anything as horrific as this." So if we put it in context, it was really bad, okay? And for America especially, it was absolutely, compared to lots of other things, it was bad, all right? So, okay, just to show you here some images of this mass death. Not only, guys, was there this amount of mass death during the Civil War, all right? Well, I'll show you some images here in a second. It was caught on camera. This is one of the first wars where things were caught on could be captured on camera. So the average American could see the mass death. All right, it was horrific. Death was massively industrialized. All right, okay. Death was massively industrialized. Death became numbers on a paper. Generals at the time started realizing that they couldn't stop the amount of mass death that was happening. They could really only, it was numbers on a paper to them, and they had to accept thousands upon thousands of deaths in every battle, especially for the North, like the Federals, the Northern United States. They lost more people than the South did, And their basic calculation here is, well, we have more people, we can afford to lose more. So they would have to be okay with letting thousands of their troops die per battle. And it all became a matter of statistics on paper. As a matter of fact, guys, these battles were so horrific that there would be images like this. So if anyone's ever heard of the Battle of Wilderness, imagine fighting in the middle of a forest that has caught on fire. I know that sounds kinda badass in, like, a fantasy way, but, for example, the Battle of Wilderness was a battle in the middle of a forest, the forest caught on fire, so then you have a massive fire burning while people are killing each other, sometimes hand to hand, while they're having to listen to the wounded burn alive on the ground, in fires, and, here's an image from the Battle of Wilderness. You can see the fires raging in the background as they're trying to rescue wounded. Um, Let me read to you. Yeah, like horrific stuff. General Grant, who was the general of this battle, he knew that he'd be losing tens of thousands of troops, okay? But he had to do it in order to go and crush the Confederacy. So he sent them in anyway. And a lot of times people called him Butcher Grant. But that was the nature of war at the time. And let me read to you an account from the Battle of Wilderness. A red volcano yawned before us and vomited forth fire and lead and death. Theodore Garish, a private in the 20th Maine, wrote later, "What a medley of sounds, the incessant roar of rifles, the screaming of bullets, the forest on fire, men cheering, groaning, yelling, swearing, and praying. Stretcher bearers struggled to remove the wounded as best they could in this chaos, but unfortunately, many were left stranded on the battlefield. Adding to the horror, brush fires erupted from bullets and shells, leaving the wounded to suffocate or burn to death in the flames. There was no exact count of how many men perished in this manner. Now, this is just in one tiny unit, but McParlin estimated it to be around 200. So it was actually thousands, but in that one unit, 200 of their men died. Like, that's like hell on earth, is it not? All right. To give you another example of the scale of death in this war, there was a battle called the Battle of Antietam. Okay, the Battle of Antietam, which was the bloodiest battle of the war. In one day, 22,727 people died in one day. And like, that's a lot. Imagine how many people would be needing to die an hour for that to be a, for to get that high of a number, 22,000 people. And we're not talking like there's no airplanes bombing, there's no tanks, there's not really any machine guns. This is with sort of rifled musket, well, rifles and muskets and things like that, and cannons. That's pretty brutal, and the images that came out of these things were brutal, and Americans could see it. You have here an image of dead Confederate soldiers after the Battle of Antietam, bodies strewn all over the place. Okay, hello, Mithril. All right. You have here an image of dead Northern soldiers, just bodies piled up. Okay. There were these are, and here you have another image from Antietam of something called, I forget what the name of this is. This was a big long ditch where a bunch of Confederates were massacred after their lines being attacked by the Union. This whole ditch all the way down is just full of people who had been killed in the ditch. Just piles and piles of bodies. All right. Okay. And not only, you have to imagine, guys, that not only were there all these dead now, there were also tons of people who were wounded. Yeah, a mad scene. Okay. Yeah. Correct, Macon. All right. There were tons of wounded. And at the time, they didn't have the germ theory of disease wasn't really a thing. So they didn't really understand how infections took place. So the most common thing to do was to just amputate arms and limbs. If you got shot in the arm or something, in order to prevent infection, you would cut off the arm, you'd cut off the leg. Exactly. Here we have an image, hello, Dolly Boy, of a black American soldier who was fighting for the North, of course, who had to have his arm amputated. There were piles and piles of limbs of people having, like, I know this is gross, but that's how it worked at the time. And you had tons of injured people. Here you have like wounded people missing limbs. It was very visible. Even after the war ended, all these guys went home, and you started walking around your neighborhood, seeing guys who didn't have arms, who didn't have legs. Yeah, exactly, Doug. Yes, okay. It was a horrific scene. Okay. I don't know how to explain it. And I know we can talk about more modern wars and how, more people died, but you have to understand, like, in the context of the time, this was insane. All right. Hello, Dolly Boy. Oh, I already said hello, Dolly Boy. Forgive me. All right. So, okay, you get the idea of this mass scale of death and destruction. And yeah, guys, I'm not talking about the political aspects of this war at the moment, by the way. Yeah, obviously, I am not rooting for the South, but um, the mass death affected both sides, and I'm going to ignore the moral aspects of this and things like that just for the sake of this presentation. But because I think most of you know what this war was about, right? The South wanted to keep slavery going, the North did not. There were other things involved in this, but mainly it was over slavery. Okay. Anyway, so it is thought that, yeah, whatever, Sir Bartholomew. It was thought that, guys, of those 750,000 who are thought that have died, about 400,000 of them died of disease. Like, disease still killed most of the people. Absolutely, Lacroix, right? Most of the people killed people. Disease killed them, not killing, right? Not the actual direct killing. Um, Camp conditions weren't great. Again, there was a lot of reasons why this industrialized death was so horrific. Not only that, there were railroads at this point, so, like, if you lost enough men, you just train in more guys, have more guys brought in on trains to run into gunfire for you, okay? The North especially had enough men to do meat waves where they would just throw men into battle, okay? Kinda like what Putin does in Ukraine. Alright. So, yeah, totally, Doug. So, all right, Andersonville, guys, you guys know a lot here. Yeah, Shasha Khan, and a lot of the folks sent into battle were Irish or recent immigrants. So, I okay, a lot of you seem to know quite a bit about this war. So let me go on here a little bit. All right, let's get in. Let's. So, how did this affect the United States? How did this mass death and destruction affect the United States? So, this book that I'm talking about really talks about how it affected us socially and culturally. So let me show you some things here. So before the Civil War, there were these Victorian notions of something called ars moriendi. All right. So when you died in American society, in an English society too, by the way, the English had very similar ideas from the Victorian era. Okay. Uh, i- the idea here was that you would want to die at home. Okay. You'd want to be surrounded by family. You wanted to be able to be conscious and rational at the end. And it was very important that you had very important final words. Okay. Very important final words. Like, literally, there were stories at the time of soldiers dying and saying to the physician, "What should my final words be?" And one of the jobs of physicians, unofficial jobs, was to tell them what to say so that they could achieve a good death. Okay. It was very common at the time. You had to have good words. Your last words needed to be good words that would make you remembered and things like that. And you were supposed to give final words of wisdom or forgiveness or of faith. Okay. Yes, Meowsword, right? And there was a notion here that that would help you get into heaven. All right. Exactly, a mad scene. Guys, yes, Shastra Khan, isn't that interesting? And even in like, we still have in the American consciousness the idea of like certain people having last words before they died. And if you think about it, most of that was from this time period. Okay. Most of that was from this time period. A lot of the writers and people from this time period, we always remember what they said when they died because that was part of the culture at the time. All right. All right. Okay. So that's what the idea was before the Civil War. Not only that, um, it was supposed to be witnessed. Your death had to have people around to watch it and see it because it allowed the survivors of your death, to sort of see, uh, to gauge your chance at being saved by God. If you had good final words, if you had a good death, if you asked for forgiveness, people could see that, and then it would give comfort to the people around you knowing that you probably went to heaven. Okay, does that make sense? All right. Okay. And but the Civil War made this impossible. No longer were people able to die surrounded by family members Yes, Meowsword, absolutely, and a lot of that still continues today. We still have some idea of final words, all right? Okay, and we're not the only place in the world that does this, of course. Um, yes, yeah, absolutely a mad scene. Okay, absolutely. All right. So, like, people couldn't do this in the Civil War, and it caused a big problem. So people weren't around. There was no record of how people died on the battlefield, right? Okay, right? There was no bodies. Like a lot of times people didn't know where the bodies were, and it was important to actually have a person there for the family to even be there. Like, where's the body? There were no evidence of last words. All right, no evidence of last words. Like you would just die. And then there would be no one there to see it. You wouldn't have a chance at last words. There'd be no family members around to witness it. And this had been a very important part of the grieving process. So not only were you not getting the honor of death, your family members weren't able to grieve in a culturally acceptable way. Okay. So they completely ruined the idea of ars moriendi, having a good death or the art of death. All right. And there were other parts to this because, yeah, you don't get closure. Women were expected after a loved one died to wear black to go into mourning for a set period of time. There would be a certain amount of time where you wore black clothing, and then a certain other, it was a very structured thing where a family member died, or especially when a husband died. Well, a lot of these women didn't know if their husbands were alive or not. They didn't even have a body. So it really messed up their ability to stick to mourning practices. Because how do you know when to wear all black? Okay, if you don't know if your husband's even dead or not. All right. So, okay. We go on here to what effects did this have? Okay. Okay. What effects did this have? So TJ, I suspect they're separate. There's a similar tradition in a lot of cultures, okay? But this is like but in America this was a tradition and it wasn't the same everywhere, but other cultures are similar other cultures do have similar things, but they are unrelated to each other if that makes sense, okay? So government so what did this do then? People aren't able to mourn properly. And that can be really traumatizing for a society because you've just had this massive war, hundreds of thousands are dead, and now you can't even mourn it. Like that, you're not going to have any closure. So the problem here, folks, was that these massive, uh, unidentifiable deaths, okay, forced a shift in American society, okay, from individual mourning to a collective institutionalized management of death. I'll say that again. So after the Civil War, we went from like private death ceremonies where people would, come together in a house to public death ceremonies that were really big and were oftentimes institutionalized by by the government or churches and organized. You start to see so the government came in and started organizing public displays of mourning. Churches started coming in and doing public funerals and public displays of mourning. Okay. Uh, and you start seeing the growth of all these cemeteries created by the government for the sake of mourning the war dead. Let me show you here. For any American in here, yeah, the history of mourning is super interesting. You'll know that in like almost every small town in America, there is at least, from the time period, there's a Civil War graveyard. You can probably find it in your small town today, okay, if your state existed at the time. The government actually created Arlington National Cemetery. Um, and because all right. Okay. You see here a woman mourning at the grave of a loved one with her son or with her grandson. Okay. The government started building monuments in cities around America. This is in Ohio somewhere. I'm not quite sure where. It's in a lot of American cities. There's a monument to the Civil War dead. All right. Because the government needed people to be able to mourn. It was not useful to have a society of people who were in mourning who could never find closure. And people started putting a massive amount of demands on the government and because they wanted to mourn. So what it did, all this death, is it caused a massive expansion in the size of the government. The government expanded massively in order to provide pensions to people who had lost loved ones, identify bodies. It had to like hire a bunch of federal workers to identify bodies, to deal with pensions, to establish national cemeteries of communal mourning, and embalming and funeral services, because it's capitalism, started to become a very common thing. A lot of people started making money off offering embalming and funerary services. So you see, and you need to transport bodies from the front line to homes. So suddenly people start embalming bodies, having funerals. A lot of people make a lot of money off of this, and we still have those businesses today, right? We still, yeah, Meowzord, this is the birth of the funeral industrial complex. Um, Not only this, folks, this is the important one. Before the Civil War, there wasn't so much of a justification for death apart from it being the will of God and that you get to go see God now. Well, given how people died and the lack of people's ability to properly mourn, that seemed like an outrageous assumption because people didn't know if their loved ones were in heaven. They had no reason to think that was not comforting anymore because they didn't get to see the loved one die. They didn't get to hear the final words. They didn't know if the loved one had a good death. You see what I mean? So you know what the government started doing? It started promoting the idea of death as justified for national sacrifice. This is where you see a big shift, where suddenly death in war is no longer about what is acceptable to your God and having a good death. It's about sacrificing for the nation. Okay. It was around this time that we suddenly see a massive explosion in the ideas of sacrifice for the nation and that death is important for the sake of preserving the state. Okay. It wasn't as common before this, but now that there was no reason to explain the death in religious terms because of how things had changed, the state comes in and starts saying, well, the sacrifice was justified for the sake of the state. And in order to reinforce that idea, you start seeing, like I said, these statues and these cemeteries, which were public places, oftentimes with American flags. You see American flags posted here. You start seeing on a lot of these memorials. A lot of the times, it doesn't say that the war was about slavery. It says that the war was about preserving the United States. Okay, because the government started to promote this idea to help people cope in a very self-beneficial way for the state, that their sacrifice was okay because it preserved the United States. Exactly, Mithril. Yes, and a lot of European countries do the same thing in regards to World War One. Okay, because of the mass death that happened there. Mad Scene, was America not involved in foreign wars before this? Surely those required death as a noble sacrifice. Thinking yes. So Mad Scene, there was some of that, but it was not nearly as important uh as basically as okay, it wasn't nearly as important as it was after the Civil War. We didn't have many foreign wars prior to prior so up to this point, okay? Like there was the Mexican-American War and there was like the Barbary War. There weren't that many and it was much smaller scale. Okay? So you suddenly see a shift to the state promoting death as a sacrifice for the state as a way to help people cope and also to benefit the state. All right? Okay? One last thing that you massively see change here in terms of the death in the Civil War is cultural changes and what I like to call superstructural changes for the Marxists out there who know what that means. All right? Because families were not able to witness death, it became a burden placed on their commanding officers to tell family members what the final words of a soldier was and to tell family members what their final moments were in battle. And you saw that up through like World War II and even beyond. Now, other members of the military, it's their job to tell families what happened to their loved ones. So, because families could not witness death, comrades wrote detailed letters describing the soldier's final moments to confirm a good death had occurred, offering the consoling promise of life everlasting. Now, here's a question, folks, and this is kind of dark. How many of these letters that we have do we think are accurate? How many of these letters written by the comrades of the fallen do you think are real accounts of their final moments? I want to see what you guys think because historians, yeah, Cody, I'd say a very small number. Historians generally think that most of these accounts were not real, okay? Because let's be honest, zero, Mithril, it is not glorious to die in battle. Okay, you die horrifically. Oftentimes it's mere chance, okay? You just get hit, you just get hit and then you die. That's about it. Okay? Like that's the vast majority. Yeah, guys, and like you're not going to tell the loved ones of a guy in battle that he died horrific, that he died horribly or dishonorably or however else it may be. So we most of the accounts we have like the written accounts that were not sent to family members are much different from the accounts sent to family members. Um, which is kind of sad to think about, all right? But also shows that some of the guys on the first line, absolutely, Mithril. It shows you that, it became a way of coping with the horrors of war. So even at this point, a lot of Americans still weren't told the reality of the and destruction of the war. Okay. Yeah, clumsy mumsy. All right. And not only that, so they tried to console the people, uh, but the people that had actually experienced the fighting, they completely lost faith in America, or a lot of them did in America. They understood the true nature of war. Okay, so religious beliefs across the board in America were massively challenged by the war. Okay, a lot of people were no longer as strong believers in God. A lot of people completely dismissed the idea of um of a loving God, okay? A lot of people now others went in the opposite direction. It's kind of a mixed bag. There were also a lot of people who moved more towards, as Mithril said, a non-Christian spirituality. The idea of like there being ghosts and spirits and exactly, occultism started growing, the desire to speak with your loved ones. I mean, it makes sense. It's really sad, but it makes sense. And a lot you also see the growth of a lot of people claiming to be able to speak with the dead and making money off of it because people didn't have closure. People didn't have closure, all right? I don't know. Okay, see here. I'm sorry, let me keep going here, okay? Um here is what I think is a very interesting thing though, guys. Heaven. The idea of heaven changed. Before the Civil War, heaven amongst Christians was viewed as a kind of a place you go to be with God. There was very little talk in, okay, a very little talk of, what do I say here? Very little talk of God, okay, of like seeing your family members in heaven. After the Civil War, suddenly you start hearing the phrase that they're going home. People are returned, they're gonna go be with family in heaven. Isn't that sad? People started to view heaven as a place you go where you get to be with family members and you get to basically go home finally and be around people you've lost. Okay. Like you can see why people started thinking that way. Okay. Um, okay. You see what I mean? Indeed, Mithril, indeed. But and like I said, Mithril, some people actually became more Christian, or I say more other kinds of spirituality are based off Christianity. A lot of people stopped doing mainline Christianity and only looked at like Christian spiritualism. It's complicated, but okay. But isn't that interesting? And to this day, isn't it, Meowsword? And to this day, a lot of people still have that idea of death as where you go home. And that was not the same before the American Civil War, okay? Um, all right. Not only that, but guys, but a ton of literature started coming out about that attempted to de-glorify death and war and attempted to criticize the idea of death as glorious and attempted to criticize patriotism and stuff. This is where I think it was deeply civilizing to an extent. A lot of people started realizing how horrific war was and how horrific the government is and how okay, one of my favorite examples of this was this guy right here, Ambrose Bierce, all right? And he wrote a very famous he was a very handsome man, by the way, if you look at here. Okay, hello, gluteomyalgia. He, okay, guys, okay, can I just all right, well, never mind, I'll make a comment here in a second. He wrote a very famous story called An Occurrence on Owl Creek Bridge. If anyone doesn't know it, you need to read it. Okay, especially I recommend everyone read it. He wrote a story called An Occurrence on Owl Creek Bridge. And in this story, there is a Confederate about to be hung by the neck, okay? And right before he gets hung by the neck, he suddenly breaks free of the gallows, jumps into a river, flees while he's being shot at. He actually gets all the way home, and right before he's able to hug his wife after escaping the gallows, the last sentence of the story is and thus he swung back and forth on top of beneath oh crap, what is it called? Owl Creek. So this whole idea that he had escaped and gotten home was all a lie. He was dead. And he was hallucinating right before he died. And the last scene is just, oh, and now he's dead. It's over. And the whole point of this story was like, all this romantic ideas we have of death are bullshit. Death is death. In the end, he was just his neck was broken and he was hanging beneath a bridge. Any of that cool like going home shit that people like to think about is bullshit. Death is death and it's horrific. And like a lot of stories like that started coming out that were really dark, trying to be like, don't believe the lie that the government and the society tells you. All right. Here are some quotes by Ambrose Bierce. Okay. Some quotes by Ambrose Bierce. What this country, and by the way, he was sarcastic and very, very critical of American society. What this country needs, what every country needs occasionally, is a good, hard, bloody war to revive the vice of patriotism on which its existence as a nation depends. He's not being serious, folks. He's not being serious. He's joking, all right? He's being dark. Here's another one. He wrote a book called the Devil's Dictionary or Devil's Encyclopedia. I forget what it's called, where he added definitions to things. He said, in reference to the Occident would be like Western societies, and then the Orient was sort of is an outdated way of referring to like Eastern civilization. Okay, so this is how he defined the Occident. The Occident, the part of the world lying west or east of the Orient, it is largely inhabited by Christians, a powerful subtribe of the hypocrites, which he capitalizes as if it's a tribe, okay, whose principal industries are murder and cheating, which they are pleased to call war and commerce. These also are the principal industries of the Orient. So he's basically saying it doesn't matter if you're from the West, from the East, from India, from China, from America. All of humanity, our principal goals are killing each other and exploiting each other, exploiting each other. Right? And this was a time of racism and extreme ethno-nationalism. And that's kind of a weird form of equality where he's like, no, no one is not equal. People are equal to each other. We're all equally horrible. Okay. uh, he may have. I'm not sure, Sir Bartholomew. All right. Here's another one. I like this guy. I just have two more quotes for you. Okay. Okay. He says, every patriot believes his country better than any other country. In its active manifestation, it is fond of killing. Patriotism would be well enough if it weren't simply defensive, but it is also aggressive. Patriotism deliberately and with folly aforethought subordinates the interest of the whole to the interest of a part, as in the powerful and the elites, okay? Patriotism is as fierce as a fever, pitiless as the grave, and as blind as a stone. All right? Real anti-patriotic feeling there. and he fought in the Civil War. You can see, right? Lastly, here is his definition of canon, a canon from his Devil's Dictionary. He said, a canon, noun, an instrument employed in the rectification of national boundaries. Okay. Uh, so, all right. I really like Ambrose Bierce. I highly recommend everyone read An Occurrence on Owl Creek Bridge. It is very dark, but very humanizing and very critical of war. Okay. All right, you guys. Last thing here. Last little quote I have for you. This is not a quote. In the end, the conclusion of this book, which majorly changed America. So, as we said, it majorly expanded the role of the federal government permanently. Okay, it permanently expanded the role of the federal government. It changed ideas of heaven and spirituality. All right. It made a lot of people very distrustful of the government for a limited time. That quickly went away, unfortunately, because America didn't have many more similar kind of wars after this one. It changed people's perception of death. It made a lot of people change their religious views. It created a sense. The last and biggest thing it did was this. Faust, the author, argues that the shared immense suffering of both Northerners and Southerners created a common ground that facilitated the nation's reunion after the war. A lot of the effort after the war in reunifying the North and the South, and yes, guys, I know a lot of you know a lot about Reconstruction and the failures there and stuff. Just be aware, I'm not talking about a lot of stuff, okay? But this is an interesting point. That there were efforts for there to be idea that we are the same because we suffered the same. Ignoring all the political parts, the North and the South were somewhat able to reunify as Americans because of this shared suffering, okay? This mass death and suffering. And so the argument made by the book is that like this shared suffering partially is what allowed people to reunify after the war and ignore their differences. All right. So that is my presentation on death and suffering. By the way, Meowzord asked earlier, Meowzord, dog tags were created because of the Civil War. Before the Civil War, dog tags did not exist. After the Civil War, they existed because we no longer, it became very hard to identify bodies and things like that. Okay. Very hard to identify bodies. So they needed to, they came up with a better way to identify bodies would be to have men wear dog tags so that they could identify the bodies. Okay, so you can see here. All right, there's my presentation. Any questions or comments? There might be some of this on a Meowzord. There might be some there might be some of this on a later Kahoot. You know how it goes, folks. You know how it goes. No, TJ and TJ. Honestly, TJ, this is an interesting question. I'm going to put up my face, and we'll get to the rest of it. So TJ makes a good point here. I have noticed this too. It is a weird thing that we have done in our society and lots of societies that we think dog tags are an attractive thing, right? Have we noticed how like wearing dog tags is sort of a fashion statement in a lot of ways? And like in gay culture too, it's considered like a sort of a hyper masculine thing you can do to show your masculinity is wear dog tags. Anyone else notice that? Yeah, and it's sort of a reinforcement of masculinity because our notion of masculinity being connected to combat and war, that men are soldiers. It is a weird sort of gender affirming care to wear dog tags, isn't it? You see what I mean? It's kind of there you go. That's fair, Meowzord. And there's nothing wrong with wearing dog tags. I'm just saying it's interesting how there's some masculinity things mixed up in that. That dog tags are a sign of, there you go, TJ, right? And you know, it's just interesting how dog tags are sort of a way of like are gender affirming. They display masculinity, which is a form of masculinity that the state loves. The state loves men to associate masculinity with war. Okay. They look good. I got to tell you, I'm not criticizing it, but it's interesting how dog tags are a fashion statement these days. Yeah, okay. Hello, Drizilla. Hello, all right. Okay. Mauser, that is also a very good point. It could also have been Hollywood, but Hollywood also kind of made it cool to wear them because there were a lot of movies glorifying people that were wearing dog tags. In any case, it's still sort of a glorification of dog tags and war. Dog tags being, what you wear, so that if you die, yeah, it's just interesting. I think you're right though, Mauser. That might be a big part of it. Okay. All right. So, all right, folks, there's our presentation on the Republic of Suffering. And we can see sort of things similar to this. Like in Europe after World War One, there were tons of efforts at memorializing the death of World War One, especially in France, the UK, Germany, and stuff like that. For those who, if you ever go over to Europe, you will find statues everywhere to World War One deaths and soldiers and things like that. A lot of commemoration took place because that was a massive war, no problem, Sasha Khan, of like another massive war where there were mass death and trauma done to society. And you got like a lot of like in the UK, there's a lot of memorials for the death and destruction of World War One. Okay. And things like that, if that makes sense. Okay. All right. Uh, yeah. No, you guys are right. Yeah, you're totally right, Malzor. So, a mad scene. I think dog tags has partly transcended gender. Yeah, a lot of women wear it too, but it's sort of like a badass thing. But that's sort of considered a yeah. But there's still sort of a masculine link there as well. I see what you mean. I do see what you mean, right? But you see how that's interesting that dog tags symbolize being badass. So being a soldier, even though they're supposed to be there in case you die, and then also masculinity. It's just interesting. It's an interesting cultural thing we do. And it's the state loves that shit, right? There you go, Meowsword. Trad wives are not wearing dog tags, okay? Um, yeah, okay. So, all right. TJ, I don't mind. Like you mean people getting dog tags from that doesn't matter at all, TJ. Who cares? Like I don't care, guys. I want to point out I don't care. Um, I yeah, like I don't care if people wear dog tags, and I don't like if you pass on your family. I don't care. That's a cool history thing. I'm just saying it's interesting if we look at it culturally. Um, okay, is it not clocking to you that I'm standing on business? Uh, Forgive me here, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. Look, Lacroix. Let's see here. I realize so many of cultural norms. Yeah, absolutely, Lacroix. A lot of our cultural norms came from around the Civil War, right? Um, I could do to see our dog tag merch, although I feel like that'd be kind of if we have like a little jester face dog tags, so in case you die out doing battle for the jester. I don't know. All right. Yeah, Jonas. Curious how we were able to rebuild 32. I will say, Jonas, the United States partially gave a lot of money to Europe to help rebuild. Now, the United States wasn't being kind. It wasn't like the United States did it to be beneficent and kind. We did it because we were trying to prevent the spread of communism in the Soviet Union. So we spent a lot of money rebuilding Europe in something called the Marshall Plan. Yeah, that is partially why we were like we were massively wealthy, and so we rebuilt Europe to a large extent. Not we weren't the only ones, and I don't want to make it sound yeah, clumsy. Like we took a lot of money was taken from us. Yes, a lot of money was borrowed from us. We excused a lot of it. Um, yeah, we no, guys, and I'm not rah rah America. Just historically, yeah, you're right. There was a lot of loans that America gave out, but admittedly, some of the loans were canceled, and a lot of the loans were given very low interest rates. I'm not saying it's great for America. I'm just saying that America was great or anything. I'm just saying there were, but it wasn't like because America cared. It was because we wanted to make sure communism didn't start spreading. Right. Um, would that be concerned of form of soft power? Which thing, paleontology dog? The rebuilding thing? Yes, it would be a form of soft power. Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it politically. Yeah. Yes, in the labor program, clumsy mumsy. But a lot of the capital came from America, but it was mainly Europeans who did the building. It was, I want to point out, Europeans rebuilt their countries, all right? But a lot of it was American money. Yeah. But it doesn't matter. The Europeans are the ones who had to rebuild everything and do that. Okay. Um, comes into America didn't care. They just wanted to stop communism. I don't know. What are we talking about? Sounds right though. Exactly, Big Braden. Um, Correct, Loy. So it was also very cynical. It was also, as I think this is what you meant, paleontology dog. It was partially about soft power. It also made a lot of European countries very dependent on the U.S. Yeah, and correct, Loy. So, and you guys know, as I keep saying, because I always feel it's weird whenever I like say something that's positive about what the U.S. did. I always feel weird because I know it's not. I know the bad shit. Overall, it was a very good thing for the European people that the United States did that. Again, it was the Europeans who did the rebuilding, though. But even though it was a very selfish act on the United States, it's like I'm okay with it. There was a lot of destruction. So, okay, not the selfish part, but um, okay. Now, I wish America wouldn't have taken that opportunity to become a superpower and then dominate the planet. But if we want to talk about one positive thing, I guess, is that we did help rebuild a lot of shit. Okay. Ugh. Um, okay. All right. If a guy save a guy with a motivation to be seen as a hero. Yeah, exactly. You're right, Big Brain. It's like even sometimes, yeah, I know, right? And hey, and I don't, and that's why I'm not exactly, Louise. Like, I'm not trying to compliment I'm not trying to compliment the government itself. I should say that like a broken clock, even a broken clock is right 2 times a day. Yeah, for the benefit of the American state did it for its own benefit, but it just happened to be a good thing. Like for example, the United States did help liberate France and stuff from the Nazis along with other countries. Does that and I'm very happy the United States did that and it helped end the Nazi regime. That doesn't mean that it had good intentions a lot of the time. You see what I mean? Okay. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Okay. All right. Yeah, exactly, Big Braden. We didn't do it everywhere too, and we should also point out, guys, that the United States. Remember how I said we massively destroyed like the Philippines, and we didn't do much about that. So we were very great about helping European countries rebuild, Western European countries rebuild, but didn't do much. Didn't do much to help non-European countries. Well, except for Japan, maybe we did some for Japan, but also because we wanted to make it a military base, etc. Anyway, a mad scene. We are also totally talking about a totally different geopolitical world at that point. Yes. Yeah, of course, guys. It's completely different from later American actions. All right. All right, guys. Public domain. Corporations get 90% on what they want. None. Public domain, welcome. You're totally right. Corporations and the elites are the ones in power. We basically have no power. It's not a democracy. It's an oligarchy run by a small elite of corporate entities and elites. Yes, indeed. Public domain, you're 100% correct. All right, guys. So there we go. There's our little conference, our little educational conversation about mass death in the Civil War and mourning. I love the history of mourning. It's super interesting. I know that sounds dark, but mourning has been deeply important for a lot of things historically, okay? And there's one thing that governments don't want to do. You don't want to ruin your people's mourning because then a lot of issues will go unaddressed and they will take it out on you, right? Um, so always think about that. If a government doesn't allow proper mourning, you're going to start seeing some problems, all right? Yeah. Okay, guys. Let's do this. How's everyone doing out there? Everyone happy? Everyone happy with the little education you got? Yay, yay, yay. All right, you all get a boop. Everyone want a boop from that? Anyone want a boop? Dolly boy, thank you so much. Thank you, Dolly boy. I'll put on the jester hat because we're going to get into the fun stuff, right? That was sort of our educational point. Now we get to doing the fun stuff. Drusilla, screw you, Drusilla. You came in here late. You didn't hear the fun part, okay? All right. Now, guys, I'm going to put on my hat and we're going to get into some more fun stuff, right? It would have been kind of dark. It would have been kind of dark to wear the jester hat while talking. I'll gladly goose you or duck you, TJ. All right. Would have been kind of dark to wear the jester hat while talking about mass death during the American Civil War. Loiso, you, Wait, so was that a presentation about the evolution of the Christian idea of afterlife, or was it an evolution on the change of an American culture of those ideas? Because it was not a presentation on what you're talking about, okay? And the things what you were talking about were utterly irrelevant to the presentation because I was talking about how the Civil War affected these things, okay? So you can be unhappy. You can be unhappy, but your nitpicking is besides the point, Loiso. It's besides the point. You are debating something that was not being debated, was not being discussed. I swear to God. I swear to God. Okay, anyway. All right. And by the way, Loiso, by the way, I was talking about what it says in this book. If you have complaints, talk to the historian who wrote the book, okay? Dear God. Dear God. Loiso, I swear to God. Okay. Loiso, I'm sure. Okay, anyway. So, all right. Okay, guys. Again, I'm messing with you, Loiso. I don't give a shit. It's fine. Okay. Um. All right. So, can we have a presentation on how bad Kid Rock? We could, Big Brain. I don't really want to get into it. No, you're right. Public domain. It was never settled. The Civil War, the scars of the Civil War are still very deep. Okay. In this country, for those we know out there, I mentioned we talked about how. I mean, I didn't talk about like the failures of Reconstruction and shit like that. Okay, guys. Yay! Hey! Okay, guys. So a few things here. Okay. A few things here. A few things. Here we go. Okay. A few things. First of all, we are okay. Okay. We welcome to the channel. For everyone that's new, guys, let me do a little self-promotion. You know how it goes. First of all, please join our Discord if you haven't already. I posted a link to our Discord in the Twitch chat. It's at the top of the page, or you can do it in the YouTube chat at the top of the page. There's a link to our Discord. Please join the Discord. We have a great and fast growing community on there. I love it. Okay. I love it indeed. Okay. Okay, so please join our community. And if you do, you can suggest things for me to react to. Do we all agree that it's a great community over there? A great community over there? I love it. Okay. Second of all, if you like my content, you can become a member for as little as 99 cents per month on YouTube. As little as 99 cents per month on YouTube, all right? As little as 99% on YouTube. Just 99 cents per month. And if you do, you get a cute little jester hat next to your name and you get access to members only emojis. All right. It's great. If you're over on Twitch, you can please follow me. I would love to have more people following me. I'm trying to I'm trying to expand the community and stuff. You can also become a subscriber and then you won't have to see ads anymore. And if you do become a subscriber, you can become a subscriber for free using Amazon Prime, in which case you'll send me some of Jeff Bezos' money and you won't have to pay a thing. All right. Or you can subscribe regularly. In any case, you won't have to see ads anymore. Excuse me. All right. I just burped. Okay. And lastly, guys, also posted at the top of the chat on both YouTube and Twitch is a link to my Buy Me a Coffee, a link to which can be found right here as well. Okay, right below my scepter. And you can use this QR code. If you do a Buy Me a Coffee, if you send me $5 or more, I will send you a personalized video response thanking you, and I'll probably insult you and make some funny comment, and I'll send you a personalized 30-second video response. So please, you can also do a Buy Me a Coffee. Those are all your options. All right, guys, let's continue, shall we? If we get two more super chats, or 400 bits, we will put on the jester collar. Okay, we're gonna put on the jester collar. If we get to what was I gonna say here? If we get to 5, I don't know what I'll do. If we get to 5. We'll play a game, maybe. Maybe I could put on the jester makeup. No, we'll do. Oh, LaCroix, you're an angel. Thank you. Okay, we'll put on the collar. Thank you, LaCroix. So now I put on the collar. What should I do if I get to 5? Show Nip JDH. Inappropriate. You know that's for the After Darks. Okay. Where is my jester? Oh, there. Thank you, TJ. Thank you, TJ. All right. Okay, so we've already gotten 4. I don't know. What do we do if we get one more? I haven't thought about it. We could put on the jester collar. I don't know. I mean, we could put on the jester make. I don't really want to put on the jester makeup. Let's do this. I just wanted the collar to you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So for 5, we'll do put on another jester hat. How dare you? Okay, how about this? If we get to 5, we can, I don't know. We'll just do something if we get to 5. Okay. If we get to 5, we'll play a game or do a Q&A or something like that. All right. Who sent 400? No, it shouldn't, TJ. That's only 400. It only counts as 2. Okay, it only counts as 2. So we are currently at 4. All right. So hello, Death Die today. Hello. Okay, guys. Moving on. So Cody, I would love to throw a beach party. Unfortunately, it's winter. So one little piece of news here that I wanted to talk about before we get into the American news shit. All right. Okay, before we get into the American news shit. All right. I will. How about this? I could sex it up a bit. If we get to 5, I'll put on just a I'll put on a sleeveless shirt. I know you degenerates out there. I know what you like. All right. I don't know. All right. Here we got this little thing here. I'll put it up on screen. So one little piece of news. Okay. We don't be a coward. How dare you, Loiso, okay? I'm mad at you, Loiso. I'm mad at you. I'm not mad at you. I love you very much. Okay. So, I'm in love with you, Loiso, is what I mean to say. Okay. Don't tell your partner. All right. So here we have a did you guys hear this news? So this is just some international news I thought was very interesting. Okay. Shh, virtual violence. Shh. Okay. Did anyone hear about this? So we have an interesting thing here. Yeah, we've had an issue with far right wing people or ultra conservatives taking over all around the world. Well, that's happened in Japan now, unfortunately. Japan elected a very far right, ultra conservative, yeah, Meowzord, female prime minister. All right, thank you, Amadscene. Thank you very much. Okay, we've made it. We have made it to 5. So I guess I'll put on a different shirt or whatever. I'll whore it up a bit. Thank you, Body Swap, for becoming a resistor. Really, thank you. And she is very far right, and she called a snap election to try and get more seats in Congress. Okay, I won't be too zealot to get more seats in Congress, in their Congress, in their legislature, their parliament, and unfortunately, they now have a supermajority. So yeah, kind of, Jonas. It's a bit, the politics in Japan are a bit different, but yeah, so now the far right ultra conservatives have a super majority in Japan, and with her at the head of it, they're likely going to be, passing more military spending. They're going to try to probably increase the size of their military more. Um, so they're not a very good thing. Not the best thing ever. Okay, but so that's some interesting news. Japan now run by the ultra conservatives. And we'll see where this goes. Japan has some interesting politics. All right. So I don't know really enough about it to talk very authoritatively about it, but just something else to worry. Okay. Correct. No, TJ, right. But, things like that, right? No, Fox Emblem. Japan, though, has been trying to build up its military more. Yeah, they've been trying to build up their military more. They actually have been building it up more. It's a very small military, but they're still increasing the size of it by the day, and they're probably going to increase the size of it even more. So yeah, exactly, Body Swap. Yeah, okay. So we'll see what happens. Again, I don't know enough about it to talk about their policy. I do know she's slightly anti-immigrant, but not terribly so. It's weird. They have strange politics, but it's just something to keep an eye on. Okay. Yeah. Forgive me, Lois. So you're right. They have a large military. They call it a defense force, but it's smaller than a lot of the other, I guess, powers of the world compared to Japanese economic size. It is still a formidable military, right? Uh, okay. Correct, Lois. So she is very, very right wing. She's ultra conservative. Also, we should be clear, folks. Japan has everything it needs to make a nuclear weapon. And what they do is they always hint at that. They're always like, we could make a nuclear weapon really quick if we wanted to, which is sort of a threat to other countries. Like, so don't make us make a nuke because we will if we have to. Um, yeah, it's a powerful. They have a pretty strong military actually. But compared to like other countries of equivalent wealth, well, let me see here. I haven't checked recently. They may have built it up more recently. Let's see here. Japanese military size. Yeah, no, you're right, Loy. So that is that's a good correction there, Loy. So, yeah, it's like, yep, it definitely has one of the most modern and well equipped militaries. Okay. Um, I'm trying to see here. Yeah, it's big. Got Russia to have nukes. I don't want. Bye bye, TJ. Thank you for being here. I don't want anyone to have nukes. Okay. Nukes bad. Okay. No, I know that that's never going to happen. I know that we'll probably have them until the end of days, and probably it will be the reason for our end of days. Okay, I'm only slightly exaggerating. All right. Um, yeah. All right, you guys. So, yeah. Oh, absolutely, absolutely, Lois. Okay. It is. So it's a big problem. Okay. So, guys, let's take a look at some other stuff now. So that's an interesting fact. Japan, some Japan stuff. As you think Morse code media are talking about the other grids? Yeah, of course they are virtual violence. And guys, that's why I'm not talking. So virtual violence. Guys, thank you for bringing this up, virtual violence. I am so annoyed, and I feel like an asshole. I feel like an asshole, but I'm annoyed. I don't give a shit about the Guthrie shit. I don't give a shit. Why is it? Why are all the main news sources screaming about the Guthrie shit? Okay, I know. I know why. I know why. I know because it's a rich person whose mother has been taken, and it's sad. But like, who cares? It is such a small thing. Like, I have trouble even looking at the news anymore. If yeah, like I have trouble even looking at the news anymore. I look at the news, like I go to CNN. Look, for example, look, look. Like the headline news story is still about Nancy Guthrie, and it's the ninth day after she's been missing. Or Nancy Guthrie. I'm so okay. Like it's all exactly Laura Bell. It's all a distraction. How is this affecting my daily life or your daily life? It's not. It's not. It's not. Okay. I'm gonna lose my mind. There is so much happening in the world. So much happening. Yeah, like remember we talked about worthy and unworthy victims? Well, clearly here we have a worthy victim. Apparently, she is the most worthy victim. No one else is a worthy victim. We're not going to talk about, anything else happening in the world. Um, yeah, and like guys, yeah, it's sad. I feel bad for this woman, and she's a massive victim, and I want to find her, and I want the person who did this to her to be caught. But guys, like every day in America, shit like this happens. Okay. Of course, though, this is a very safe topic for these folks to cover. A very safe uh topic. Um, all right. Huh. Oh, I know virtual violence, but regardless, it just shows how the rot. It shows the rot. Um, of course, they're already doing a Netflix doc. Okay, of course they are. Of course they are. Of course they are. Um, Boosting for sure the feed of Where is Nancy? Yeah, exactly. Public domain. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Okay, anyway. Of course, Jonas. Of course, Jonas, if it had been a person of color, a non-elite person of color, they wouldn't have cared. All right. Hmm. All right, guys. Yeah. Anyway, it's just 100%. Louise is probably anyway, guys, it's just I'm annoyed, all right? And like I know people don't really watch mainstream media, but guys, this stuff still has a big impact. Especially older generations do watch it. Younger people don't. Older people do. And anyway, it's just very frustrating. It's very frustrating. Uh, so I've just been so disgusted by the media. Let me see. What is the BBC doing? I'm real fast, guys. That is true, G-Man. Good point. Wonder why that is, G-Man. G-Man says, reminder that Charlie Kirk hasn't said anything racist for 152 days now. Something worth celebrating. I wonder why that is, G-Man. You know what? More power to Charlie Kirk. Good for him. If he's had a change of mind, great job. Well done. All right. Anyway, so, oh, guys, look, okay, and all of you folks over there in the UK, you get your king to say some very strong words. Apparently, King Charles said, or someone said that King Charles has profound concern about Andrew's claims over Epstein. Okay, well, all right. Anyway, but regardless, this at least they're talking about some other important stuff here. All right. We could, yeah, right, public domain. All right. Yeah, so at least they're focusing on something important, right? At least they're focusing on something important here. Over here and on the BBC. Okay. Anyway, let's go back here. A few things, guys. A few things. So we got to 5, right? What did I say it would do if we got to 5? I don't want to paint my face, guys. Don't make me paint my face. We'll do face paint tomorrow, okay? How about this? I'll wear a slutty little shirt. Will that make people happy? If I put on a slutty little shirt, will that be happy for everyone who gave me 5? Okay, would everyone like that? Want me to put on a little slutty shirt? Okay, I don't know. I'm willing to sell my body. I don't care. All right. Sick. Thank you, In Your Groove. Thank you, In Your Groove. That was sus. As soon as I said that, you suddenly sent it to me. I'm just kidding. Okay. No, I'm joking, guys. I'm not gonna put on a slutty. Okay. I was saying like wearing like I was joking about putting on like a purple muscle shirt. Okay. Anyway, let's quickly here show some other stuff. So a really gross story that came about here.
People laying on the floor.
Here is an account from inside one of these ICE facilities. Okay. I don't know, guys. I'm just joking. I'm just trying to get all right. You could start OnlyFans before being a real jester. Wow. So here we go. Royal decree to please the jesters. There we go. So here we go. We got let's watch this. This is I guess to show you the horror that we're living in. ICE this was a whistleblower from inside of ICE, or I guess this is from a former employee at an ICE detainment facility. Here is his account of what's happening inside of there. Everyone listen, please. And be radicalized.
That reminded me of the pictures that I saw in elementary school of how they brought the slaves from Africa.
For months, this person had access to what our cameras are not allowed to see.
Thank you, Matt Sagai. Thank you.
The inside of the same Baltimore ICE detention center showed in this viral video. The former worker showed WUSA 9
Fine, I'll put on face makeup. I'll put on makeup.
They were employed there.
Give me a second.
It was probably day 1 or day 2 that I saw the abuse.
What did you see?
I saw people laying in feces, people throwing up, people laying in urine.
At the time, an ICE spokesperson blamed the overcrowding on widespread flight cancellations and severe weather conditions that made it
Jonas,
nearly
I hate you.
impossible for
No.
ICE to safely transfer detainees to long-term detention facilities. In a new statement this week to WUSA 9, ICE went further.
Matt Sagai, I can do both. I'll do both.
Overcrowding does not happen.
Did you witness overcrowding that was worse than what we saw in that video?
Yes. Yes, I did.
But this former worker provided WUSA 9 with what they claim are internal headcount sheets from December, showing conditions worse than in that viral video. 47, 50, and 56 detainees in that same cell, more than the worker counted in the video itself, and as many as 50 detainees in an even smaller cell. A federal class action lawsuit filed last May alleges conditions similar to what this former worker described to us and seen in the video. And when Maryland Congresswoman April McClain Delaney toured the facility last Friday, she said she was disturbed by what she saw.
It is just a horrific thing for us as a country.
This former worker told us on one occasion they showed up to find a detainee strapped in a restraint chair.
And when I asked the guard why was he in the restraint chair, his reply to me was that the mother kept making noise all night.
In its statement, ICE told WUSA 9 Restraints are only used if a detainee poses a danger to themselves or others, never for disciplinary reasons, and
Right.
not for
What is that then? That is a disciplinary reason. Or anyway.
extended periods. Staff are trained in their proper use, and all instances are monitored. The spokesperson also said ICE is committed to the safety, health, and dignity of all individuals in custody. But this
That's
former worker told us
Whoa,
he
really?
regularly saw detainees lying in filth, and treatment of women's sanitary needs was especially disturbing.
We didn't always have sanitary stuff for them if they were having their cycle.
What was the solution there?
They were given diapers.
ICE told WU.
Oh my God, this is disgusting. Also, something else I was thinking, folks, on that sheet that they showed, they had male, female, juvenile. What are they doing with trans folks? Like, there's also an extra layer of torture going on here. There's also an extra layer of torture going on here for people who are transgendered, who are probably being forced to be in a cell with people that are not the same gender as they are. Like, all right. So that's just something else to know. Okay, they don't care. Like, you can imagine that it's extra torture for the people who are transgender. Okay.
USA 9, appropriate hygiene supplies, including sanitary products, for female detainees are provided, and that all staff and contractors treat detainees with respect and dignity. But the former worker showed us these screenshots of a group text message in which a coworker complains about the smell inside the facility. Someone messages back, "Smells like an animal house at the zoo."
God.
A third person seems to joke, "Goats?"
And that's how I've seen some of the officers treat them and talk to them out of the Baltimore office like they were animals in a cage.
Jesus.
At the zoo. I'm for the deportation of illegal immigrants in this country, especially those that commit crimes.
Yeah, public domain. Well, by the way, I like some of your comments here, public domain. You should stay around.
I said it in the interview. I knew who I was working for when I took this job. I had no problems with doing my job. I just have problems with the abuse and the treatment of the detainees.
To his supervisors, but nothing was done. In fact, shortly after that, he was fired, he says, for reporting the abuse allegations. I reviewed his termination letter. It said he was not a good fit for the position. In Baltimore, Eric Flack, WUSA 9.
So that's what is a process. And we also remember that they're using the term bodies to describe people. Yeah, I have no doubt in your groove. I have no doubt. Okay, I have no doubt there's bugs in it. And dehumanization is a process. What you typically get, so there are non-trash ICE workers. I don't know about that, G-Man. He's still like, I want to see them deported. Okay, but all right. Yep. Well, exactly. That's a good point, Louise. We don't even know about what's going on with medications and shit. Like, how are the people getting the medications they need? All right. So another thing here, guys. So dehumanization is a process. It is a self-reinforcing process, especially when it comes to camps or holding cells. So, for example, agreed, public domain. For example, in the Nazi concentration camps, what happens when you start shoving people together in tight spaces and not providing proper hygiene? Well, you start getting lots of bad smells. You start getting the spread of disease. You start getting a buildup of filth. You start seeing all kinds of issues like that. That then further allows the people holding you to view you as not human, because you will start viewing these people as dirty, as disease-ridden, as incompetent and incapable of caring for themselves. It is self-reinforcing. You see what I mean? So for the old Nazi camps, and this happens in a lot of holding camps and cells and things like that, there is, Nazis be like, oh, they're so dirty. Oh, why are they so dirty? Why don't they keep themselves clean? Gosh, they're vectors of spreading disease. And they made it seem as though that was because they were Jewish or Roma or Romani or whatever it was. Okay. And you can imagine that for some of the guys who are in charge of these camps, they're going to start thinking more and more and more that way. Okay. So it's a really gross, self-reinforcing sort of cycle, the process of dehumanization, okay? All right. All right. And of course, guys, I'm not expecting anything will be done about this, of course, right? Is it Finkelstein who spoke about his mother surviving the camps and the kind of disgust and horror of knowing what she must have done to survive and it required giving up human dignity? Yeah. Yep. A mad scene. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. All right. Okay. So what else here we got here? Meanwhile, the White House is putting out messages like this, okay? Look at this. The White House just put this out. It's quoted from Fox News. America has released a new kind of tank, guys. There you go, G-Man. There you go, okay. Look, oh my God. Meanwhile, the White House is putting out that we've invented um, we've invented a new kind of tank. Yay, Whispering Death, Army's new M1E3 Abrams tank is a hybrid drive silent killer. That's what I want now, folks. I think that's the most important thing for us now, that we have a new and better tank to kill people with. Yay! God, this is important news, don't you think? I wonder how many billions of dollars it's spent to do this sort of upgrade to a tank that was already too expensive to basically have in the military. Guys, okay, several things here. I'm going to make some points, okay? One is this is stupid because we're a country deeply in debt and we're not caring for our own citizens. So why are we spending so much on the military industrial complex? Well, we all know the answer to that because they're bribing our politicians and we're in an empire, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so there's that. The second thing here is if we only talk about the military aspect of this, it is stupid. You know why? Because the biggest problem with the U.S. military is not having big advanced tanks. The problem is that they're super expensive and hard to replace. But because we love the military industrial complex, we love giving out these massively expensive contracts to upgrade equipment and shit to make it more advanced and more advanced and more advanced because they bribe our politicians. Now, how expensive will it be to make one of these things? I don't know. Probably vary. How expensive and hard will it be to maintain it and replace it if it breaks down or is destroyed in battle? I don't know, but probably really, really expensive. That is the biggest problem with the military right now, is that we don't have easily producible, inexpensive things in case a big war breaks out. So even from a military perspective, this is stupid. But that's because, yeah, right. But because the military industrial complex wants its contracts and they've bribed everyone, we have to keep having this new good equipment. I don't even know if it's good, right? Even if it's useless and it's not what we need. All right. As long as it's bigger and better and more expensive, it must mean our military is bigger and better. It doesn't. That's not how that works. Okay, that's not how it works. All right. Okay. So it's just stupid. God. God. So anyway, but of course, big distraction here. Yeah, Starfleet would never. Another big distraction here. Okay, another big distraction. Yeah, of course, exactly, G-Man. They have tried they tried the Abrams tanks, for example, over in Ukraine. And, they broke down too easily. They were hard to repair. They were destroyed pretty quickly because of drones and shit. There's lots of other issues. Tanks are still important to some way, but you don't need these massively expensive. They just don't work as well. They're not as effective. Okay. Jeez, yeah, it's such a scam, Fetty Spaghetti. Yeah, bolts for $200 each. Yeah, it's all a scam. Okay. Uh, um. Well, the old ones are, Loiso. The old ones are, Loiso, and they're very expensive to maintain and repair. Abrams are very expensive to maintain and repair. But there's different versions of the Abrams tank. The most recent ones are are very expensive, and they're very hard to maintain because they use jet engine fuel. Okay. All right. All right. So that makes it very hard because you have to have a different kind of fuel to fuel these things when they're on the front lines. Okay. Now this one, I don't know. It looks like it's a hybrid engine, so you can have regular fuel or jet engine fuel. But anyway, hello, F1 addict. Okay. All right. So of course, though, these things are very expensive, not necessarily partially because the companies make such a big profit off of it. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Okay. Jet engine fuel and that they can't fly. What a scam! I know that's funny. Yeah. Dolly boy, that's funny. All right. So what else we got here? Some other things. All right. Probably easier to believe your military advanced weaponry is why you dominate when you're always fighting for a weapon. Oh, of course, Jonas, it is. It absolutely is. And I can guarantee you, what's funny is, yeah, America has a lot of advanced tech, whatever. Okay. So do other countries, but we seem to think that makes us invincible, but that's not what the military needs right now. Anyway, regardless, it's irrelevant. I don't want to talk about the military aspects. It's just, okay. Okay. Let's see here. It takes a few to change a skirt. Exactly. It takes quite a few to even change a skirt on a hovercraft. Like, anyway. So here we go. So there's that. That's fun. And of course, the White House talking about a new tank we got. Another thing here, the White House posting this, which I just thought was hilarious. Hilarious. White House posted this. Mortgage affordability at 4-year high after rates fell in January. Okay, after rates fell in January. All right. So, hello, Retro. I'm not saying I want them to be able to fight better. I'm just saying we don't need to have. All right. If we have to have a military, it doesn't need to be like that. What we need. Okay, I don't want to go into that. The White House posted this. New mortgage affordability. Mortgage affordability is at a 4-year high after rates fell in January. Okay. So now, okay. So that means the loan to get a house is okay. Like as in it's very inexpensive now to buy a house. Do you know what they claim is very inexpensive according to the White House? Over $2,000, the average payment of over $2,000 a month. Who here could afford over $2,000 a month on a mortgage payment to afford a house? And that's average. $2,000 a month. How many people here could afford that? I'm sure some of you could. Okay, like that's pretty but yeah, apparently, Dolly Boy, but according to the White House, that's a sign that, look, we've brought mortgage rates down where you have to pay $2,000 a month now for it. There you go, Laura Bell. Yeah, barely, right? We aren't, I know, that's the joke, guys, right? Most Americans cannot afford this shit. And yet they're claiming that as a celebration, right? That, oh, well, don't worry, it's about $2,000 a month now. Okay, does that? Nope, it doesn't, Body Swap. That's only the mortgage. That does not include everything else needed for the house. Just the mortgage. Very good, Doug. I'm glad you did that. So anyway, like, okay. I just love that. I love that. This is clearly for the upper middle class, which is a very small part of America. Oh my God, I would love that, Jonas. I would love to create a sacred band of themes to destroy homophobic stereotypes. That'd be badass, Jonas. I'd stand shoulder to shoulder with my lovers to fight it. Okay, so anyway, I just thought that was funny. It's just so reflective of how much they don't. Okay, it's just so ridiculous. Yes, public domain, but a lot of people cannot. Like that's still very hard in the public domain, and that's fair. But you shouldn't have to pay half your income for your mortgage. And like people shouldn't have to live poor. And there are a lot of people who couldn't afford this anyway because they also have school debt. Like a lot of people have to pay for school debt and other things. It's just funny how the president of the White House, they're ignorant because they're part of the elite, so they don't know. Okay. Okay, just funny to me. What else we got here? Oh, I don't want to talk about that right now. Oh, okay. On a side note, guys. That's fair public domain. I agree with that. Okay. Here's a note here. Okay. Here we have Clumsy Mumsy. Da-da-da-da-da. All right. I'm sorry, guys. What are we saying here? What did you say here? My daughter and her BF were in Luxembourg that weekend, and talking to people there had a three-bed house to rent or mortgage. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's pretty bad, Clumsy. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I know Europe has really bad housing prices right now. And now it depends on where you are in Europe, obviously. There are some places in America where it's much better and other places where it's much worse, okay? But for a lot of Americans, that's unaffordable because also European countries don't have to pay as much for healthcare, don't have to pay out of pocket for much as healthcare, don't have to pay for a lot of other things. So a lot of Americans, it was only a few years ago that the average American didn't have $400 in case of an emergency. Like it's like something like 40% of Americans don't have $400 in case of emergency. So it basically is it's really hard also for Americans right now. It's hard for everyone. But also like in Europe, it's really bad too. Housing is terrible. Okay. All right. So here we go. Let's go here. This is okay. For those I know we love the Israeli government out there, do we? We all love the Israeli government. Okay. Okay. Okay, Loiso, you're frustrating me, Loiso. You could tell the people in this chat that I can promise you Americans are not doing well with housing. So it's cute to cite statistics saying that America is better than elsewhere, but when I see every day people not being able to afford housing, my whole generation is a renter's generation. We cannot afford housing. We have to pay rent for apartments, but because we cannot get a house, and we're stuck in this cycle. Who Americans here can afford a house? I'm sure some of them can, but I happen to know a lot of Americans here who are unable to afford a house, or if they're affording a house, they're barely affording a house. Okay. Okay. I don't get the point, Loiso, in pointing out that America is better in terms of housing from almost everywhere when we're not doing well in housing. It's besides the point. Okay. All right. Yeah, LaQual, you can barely afford your rent. All right. Shall we continue here? So this is the government, okay? This is, what's his face? Isaac Herzog, right? Okay. This is the president of Israel, okay? The president of Israel. Awkward situation. So I really appreciate this journalist, right? Too often in America, do our journalists not challenge the elites and the powerful? This journalist does a great job. This journalist is doing a great job here, okay? And just wait. Now we're not going to see what Herzog responds to this. Okay. Okay. Listen to how she introduces Isaac Herzog, okay, to the audience. I think this is the way we need to do it. He's a genocidal maniac. This is the way we need to do it. Okay. Okay. All right.
He's been president of Israel since 2021, so has 3 more years to go. 60,000 Palestinians killed in Gaza as a result of Israeli military action, many of them apparently children. The UN-backed IPC saying last month it has confirmed famine and starvation in Gaza. Almost daily settler violence on the West Bank, with more settlements licensed by Israel's government. And last night, Israel's strikes against Qatar, criticized by many countries, including the US and UK. Qatar becomes the 7th country to be struck by Israel in the past year or so, along with Lebanon, Syria, Palestinian territories, Iran, Yemen, and Tunisia, including the aid flotilla. Just in the past few hours, Israel has conducted more strikes on the Yemeni capital. Many of these actions have in turn brought international condemnation and huge public protests.
This is just the
UK,
intro.
along with France, Belgium, and Canada, is likely within weeks to recognize the Palestinian state. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen used her State of the Union speech today to announce the European Commission will sanction extremist ministers and violent settlers and pause bilateral payments. President Herzog, we have a lot to talk about.
All right. So isn't that great? What a way to introduce a guy. That's how we should do it. By the way, he's like a horrible war criminal, and they've been attacking multiple countries, and they've been condemned internationally, and blah 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 blah. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. Okay. Jesus. Horrific. Okay. All right. So I wish we all did it that way. We introduced them that way. Now she could have even been a bit harsher. You know what I would have done though? I would have said all that and then been like, oh, by the way, I don't actually want to hear what you have to say. Bye. I don't know, Matt. I didn't even watch that part. I just watched the introduction to how she introduces him. Okay, but isn't that great? I love that introduction. It kind of brought me a small amount of joy knowing that. Now, okay. Do I want to watch the thing about Destiny? Do I want to do that right now? Yeah. Oh, I know. It's symbolic, absolutely. But it is fun to regardless, he is a symbolic head of a genocidal state. So I'm not too okay. Yeah. So I don't know. Do we want to watch this thing about Destiny? I don't know. No, I don't know if I want to do that. I don't want to play into this shit. I don't want to okay. Okay. So because no, we don't care about Destiny. I don't like getting involved in this shit. Oh, here we go. Here's another one. So this is Alan Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz, our favorite lawyer. Yeah, I'm not exactly, Mauser. I'm not going to do it. But the point here was that Fuentes and Destiny are close little pals. All right, and they both admit on stream, both Fuentes and what's his name, Sneeko or whatever. I don't know what his name is. Admit on stream that they got popular partially because of Destiny. Anyway, I'll be quiet. I don't need to get into that. I don't want to be an asshole. I don't want to get into the drama. Okay. So anyway, here we got. This is what's going to happen in this video, guys. This is what's going to happen in this video. I didn't believe it happened until I saw this video. Okay. It says here, I don't believe it happened until I saw this video. Epstein's lawyer said the victim is anti-Semitic for exposing that he trafficked in okay, so here we have Alan Dershowitz claiming that an Epstein victim is lying because she's anti-Semitic. All right. Now, this victim said that she did say she has some trauma around Jewish people because all of the people who were assaulting her were Jewish. And so she admitted, yeah, unfortunately, because of this happened, that's like, I'm scared around Jewish people because all the people that were assaulting me were Jewish. And look what Alan Dershowitz has to say. I just want to point out how disgusting, Alan Dershowitz is. Okay, here we go.
Because she focused on a woman named Farmer.
But thank you, public domain.
Accused lots of people. All of them were Jewish. She said, quote, I have a hard time with Jewish people. All the Jewish people I met are pedophiles who run the world economy. She talks about the Rothschilds.
Who are actually in the Epstein files, the Rothschilds. So it's not like she's being conspiratorial.
She is a blatant anti-Semite and a liar. She said she didn't accuse me, but she said she saw me in Jeffrey Epstein's house before I ever met Jeffrey Epstein. She clearly, provably lied about me. And so what we have, because she...
So, okay, so now, guys, if you're accusing people of assaulting you, you're also an anti-Semite because Epstein was Jewish. Or if you're accusing Alan Dershowitz, you're an anti-Semite. Like, I'm going to lose my mind. Isn't that great? Don't we love that, folks? Apparently, you can use that excuse for excusing murder over in, you can use that to insult people who are excusing murder. Right, in your groove, not the best clipped, okay? Absolute monopoly on self-victimization. It's just so, okay. Yeah, he's always disgusting. I can't, all right, I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of it. All right. Here we have a hilarious, okay, this is a propaganda video brought to you by my favorite person in the world, Vladimir Putin. Right? Who, I mean, not brought to you by him, but definitely brought to you by one of his propaganda apparatuses. Now, I just think this is funny. Now, let me explain, right? So we have here, this is clearly like a pro-Russian poster, okay? And the title on this video is what is it? The value Vladimir Putin places on his soldiers. He's a very great leader. So let's watch the video. You'll see the propaganda here. So the first few are images of Western leaders not really doing much to help their soldiers when they faint and things like that. Okay, so let's watch. Okay, so tell me why this is funny. Would someone tell me the very obvious thing I'm going to say about why this is funny and hypocritical? It's very obvious. Please, someone tell me. Thank you, Loiso. Thank you. Absolutely, Loiso. Loiso, I yell at you, but I love you, okay? It says, here's your hat, comrade. Now go off to Ukraine, right? Isn't that great? The man sending tons of people to go get slaughtered in a horrific death, all right, is apparently very nice to his troops, okay? I'm gonna lose my mind, okay? I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, yes, like, the very obvious hypocrisy there. You're right. It is an abusive relationship, Big Braden. It is an abusive relationship. All right. I have a very abusive relationship with my community. We all know this. Okay. Such a good guy. Such a caring and kind guy. Look at how he picked up the hat of that one guy, right? Yeah. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Here you go. Mauser, I love that. One soldier picked up off the ground counts as 20 pushed from a window. And guys, I have been seeing more and more pro-Putin Russian propaganda on X and stuff. It's been around for a while, but given that I haven't really used Twitter in the past, it's been interesting. Yeah, except Putin is apparently very pleasant in personal interactions until you get on his bad side. But so was the H-man. Yeah, that's for sure. Okay. So anyway, just funny to me. Just funny to me. Beyond all ways. All right. Okay. Right there you go. Farmers look after cattle too. It's just kind of funny to me. It is. Twitter is a cesspool, but it's just like I can't. Who does anyone actually buy this shit? Does anyone actually buy this shit? I know some people do. I know MAGA does. MAGA loves Putin. MAGA thinks that Putin is like this great Christian prophet who's created the perfect state. Okay, it's so gross. It's so gross. I can't even. All right, moving on. Moving on here. By the way, here we have, remember how we were talking about Puerto Rico and how there are a lot of Americans and folks out there who don't understand that Puerto Rico is part of the United States and that Puerto Ricans are Americans. I'm sure, right? Oh, he absolutely is, G-man. At the very least, he's irreligious. He doesn't actually believe in anything. He's just, okay. So, all right. Jake Paul, who cares, right? Who cares? I don't care about Jake Paul. But Jake Paul posted, I'm purposely turning off the halftime show. Let's rally together and show big corporations they can't just do whatever they want without consequences. You are their benefit. Realize you have power. Turn off this halftime. A fake American citizen performing who publicly hates America. I cannot support that. Anyway, just a side note there about the amount of stupidity out there. That's the note there about the stupidity. Okay, just a note there about stupidity. Okay, anyway, I know who cares. It's just kind of a note there about stupidity. Yeah, that's for sure, Big Braden, right? That's right, in your groove. Maybe he would stop watching the NFL if he actually cared. That's for sure. Oh, okay. Okay, anyway, I don't watch sports either, Godspeed. Who, guys, Who won yesterday? I don't even know. Who won? Was it the Patriots or the Seahawks? I don't even know. One of them's from Seattle. Seahawks are from Seattle. Patriots are from New England. The Seahawks won? Okay. Was that expected? Was that expected? I heard it was like a bloodbath, but I don't know what that means. Bad Benny, but I don't know. Maybe. Seahawks by a lot. Oh, excellent. Okay. That's good. I support Seahawks. I just like the name. I like the name Seahawks more than the name Patriots, so I support them because of their name. Okay, that's fair, right? I could do without. We could do with fewer Patriots. Hey, actually a body swap. You're not wrong. Okay, you're not wrong because the other one responded. Okay, anyway. I don't care. Who knows Kabbalah and astrology? Who does? Who does? Okay. Oh, gotcha. That works, Lois. So, all right. Fetty Spaghetti. It was so funny watching the Patriots up for the game at all through many interceptions. Okay. Oh, that's cute. Is that true? The Patriots are Israeli funded? I'm not wrong. I'm not surprised at all. Okay. Anyway, you know what? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Screw it. I don't care. I don't care, Matt Saga. You know I don't care. Moving on. Fun stuff, though. Fun stuff. By the way, on a side note, Cuba has announced it's almost out of fuel because of American embargo and on the island. So that's good. That's good. Hello, Sylvie. Glad you're here. That's good. That's good. So more American oppression of an island nation who we're probably going to try to overthrow the regime of. Probably going to try and overthrow the regime of. That's good. Mexico has dispatched 2 Navy logistics ships with 814 tons of humanitarian aid for civilians under orders from President Claudia Sheinbaum. The shipment includes staple foods and hygiene supplies, with the Papalopan transporting mixed goods and the Isla Holbox carrying powdered milk. The vessels are due to arrive in about 4 days. Mexican authorities said about 1,500 tons of powdered milk and beans are slated for recovery. All right. Of course, though, they have now announced they're about to run out of fuel. Mexico is beginning. That's for sure. So they're about to. They're struggling. Okay, and that's because of America putting massive pressure on them. They're about to run out of fuel. We're probably going to see people really start suffering if they haven't been already. Okay, so that's good. Yeah, I like Sheinbaum a lot. So that's good, right? That's good. The American empire continues its march across the world, and we really ought to do something about it, Americans, because, not only is our government screwing us over, as always, it's screwing over the world. And I would rather not be a comedic joke to the rest of the world, right? I, for one, know a lot of us. For one, know a lot of us love other people around the world, and we love people in general. It's just a shame that we are giving, people think that we don't, that like I don't, that you don't, because our government are a bunch of monsters, right? Good. Right, Jonas, they don't. I got to tell you, the average American doesn't think about Cuba at all. They don't care. And honestly, a lot of them probably don't even know. But there are quite a few of us Americans who do care. Might be a minority, but, I'd much rather not be lumped in with those other Americans. So can we please, as Americans, maybe care a little bit more or do something about it? All right. Good question, Big Braden. All right. Taz Revolt, 2 of our top diplomats and a former minister are charged with gross corruption because of the Epstein files. One of the diplomats worked on the Oslo. Oh, I'm not surprised at all, Drizella. That's insane. Okay. Well, hey, at least they're getting charged over in. This is how a functioning country works, folks. The Norwegian government is, there are some powerful people there being charged with a crime. Oh, now I know that's shocking in an American context, but maybe we need to do that here too. Let's charge some people with some crimes, some crimes. That'd be nice. I'd love that. I'd love that for us. Okay. I guess here's a slightly positive note. I guess. A new poll came out showing that a majority of Americans don't think that unlimited campaign contributions are free speech. I guess that's something. So you can see here that less than half of Americans think that donating money to a political campaign is free speech. except for Republicans. 51% of Republicans think donating money is free speech. Oh, but most of Americans overall don't think so. 42% of Americans, I'm sorry, only 15% of Americans think that spending unlimited amounts of money on a political campaign is an example of freedom of speech. Well, that's good, and that includes only 22% of Republicans. So a vast majority of Americans don't like the idea of unlimited contributions to a campaign. Of course, it'll never change because apparently we're not pissed enough to do something about it. So that's good. But hey, at least a lot of Americans, yeah, we surveyed 5,000 pigs and 0% said they think the slaughterhouse is bad, right? Except in this case, Malzord, apparently 51% of Republicans think the slaughterhouse is good. Anyway, so, okay. So that's good at least. You know, the Republican Party is a perfectly normal and respectable party that isn't going to lead to the end of civilization at all, I'm sure. Right? That they're like, sure, let the rich take over the elections. I don't care about my vote, my say, anything. Yay, guys. Okay. Ugh, God. All right. So, all right. Oh my God, Sir Bartholomew, I hate you. Sir Bartholomew says, but the Republicans were the ones who freed the slaves. Oh my God, Sir Bartholomew, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay. Isn't that great? Love that for us. Godspeed. What are you saying here? You're saying, I mean, you can do both, Godspeed. You can be worried about your own people and be worried about people overseas. But I see what you're saying, though. I get it. You don't have to be hyper focused on people overseas if you're facing that, but that doesn't mean you can't also care about what's happening to people overseas. All right. So, all right. Let's go here. All right, going on here. I wanted to. What else did I want to watch here? I was gonna show you something else here. I feel like there was one other thing I wanted to show all of you. Oh, what was it? What was it indeed? Oh, okay. Let's do a quick little, just a quick little palate cleanser. Just a quick little palate cleanser, right? Quick little palate cleanser. Just a little palate cleanser. Little palate cleanser. Because of all the horror. This is just a cute little video I saw of during the Super Bowl. There, what you know how they put up images. Okay. There is, you can put up an image of, they put up images of people in the audience on a big screen, and then the audience reacts to it, right? The audience reacts to it. So, here we have a little kid that kept getting put up, and the audience, I don't know if this is a tradition, the audience would cheer whenever this little kid was on the screen, but then boo whenever anyone else was put on the screen. So let's just watch, just for the sake of our sanity. Let's watch. It's kind of cute. Oh, I'm sorry. It isn't the Super Bowl. It's just a game. Okay, it's just a game. Okay. Oh, is it a hockey game? I don't even know what kind of sport it is, okay? I just thought that was cute, right? I just thought that was cute. All right. So there's a little palate cleanser for all of you. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? Yeah, I know, right? Growing up a Red Wings fan. I think maybe also because the people. Yeah, he didn't have any comprehension of what was happening. I just thought it was adorable, though. I don't know. I thought it was cute. Guys, you got to give me something. I got to have some sort of joy. I gotta have some sort of joy. Give me I know I do like watching hockey. I don't know much about it, but I do like watching it. It's fun. Uh it is a fun sport to watch. Okay. So, what other news do we have out there? You know what? I'm gonna put my face up. Where's my face? Where'd it go, guys? Where'd it goes? Ah, yes. Hi. So, guys, what I'm gonna do here, right, is how's everyone doing, guys? Tell me. Let me give out some boops. I think we need to do some boops. Let's do some boops. Let's do Big Braden gets a boop. Boop. Virtual Violence gets a boop. Boop. Big Braden gets a boop. Already did Big Braden. Alyssa gets a boop. Boop. Mad Scene gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Luke gets a boop. 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 Louise gets a boop. Boop. Who else wants a boop? I'm missing Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Everyone good with the boops? Macon? Boop. Boop. Death Died Today? Boop. Dolly Boy gets a boop. Yes, Mad Scene. I'm really not a big fan of Deep Space Nine. Okay. I know for the people who like Deep Space Nine, I recommend, I just skip it. Go to Voyager. All right. Voyager is, Next Generation is the best. I think you should skip Deep Space Nine. Okay. Okay. Drusilla gets a boop. Boop. Godspeed. You get a good satanic boop. Boop. Okay. What else? Who else gets a boop here? Loiso gets a boop. Boop. Sasha Khan, you get a boop. Boop. Who else? Did I miss anyone? Anyone, did I miss anyone? Right? Sylvie gets a boop. Boop. I prefer the one with Jar Jar Binks. Jonas! You're just trying to be an asshole, Jonas. You know that's not the same as Star Trek. How dare you? Okay? Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. Fetty Spaghetti gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Have I handed out enough boops? G-Man gets a boop. Boop. I think I got everyone. Anyone else? You know, Body Swap, you get a second boop. Boop. What do we? Anyone? Did I miss anyone? Fox Emblem gets a boop. Boop. Fetty Spaghetti. Boop. Public Domain. Boop. All right. Okay. Everyone get enough boops. Have I passed out all the boops? Thank you. Marzipan gets a boop. Boop. Okay. I need to hydrate. Thank you, Marzipan. All right. Oh, Cody gets a boop. Boop. Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Okay. Enough boops. We're done with the boops. We're done with the boops. All right. We're done with the the booping. Okay. Now, this is what we're going to do. First of all, I wanted to talk to you all about something. All right. Talk to you about how Trump has been trying to rewrite history. Alyssa gets a boop. Boop. Trump has been trying to rewrite history in a lot of ways. And this is classic in fascist regimes. So let's talk a little bit about some of the things. Well, you know what? Wait a minute. What time is it? Excuse me. You know what? We'll wait to do this. We'll maybe talk about this tomorrow. Trump has been trying to rewrite history, and by getting rid of any mention to slavery on national monuments and rewriting textbooks and shit like that. But we'll talk about that more here in a bit. I'd rather go on to something else just for now. Okay. So what was I going to do now? I remember. So let's do this. Where's my face? I lost my face again. Video capture device. All right. Face is back. Okay. Let's do some reactions from Discord, shall we? Some Discord reactions. What do we got here? We got some good stuff. Okay. Oh, that's horrific. Ooh, Doug, are you still here, Doug? That's gross. I heard about this. Have you guys heard about this? The how there are they have some great stuff. Right, Jonas. Okay. I've been hearing about this. An ace of spades card has been being left behind following ICE arrests, okay, in Eagle County. So a Colorado nonprofit, right? So basically when ICE takes someone, there have been multiple cases where they leave behind an ace of spades playing card. Okay. Why do they do this? Well, there's actually a history of this. The Ace of Spades card, which has been used by white supremacist groups as a racist symbol, and were called death cards by some during the Vietnam War, were found in at least 2 vehicles after those vehicles were pulled over by ICE agents, according to Vocus Unidas, a nonprofit based in Glenwood Springs. Okay. 9 people were taken into ICE custody during the targeted action Wednesday, including 8 people taken after 4 traffic stops and 1 person who was walking to a bus stop in Avon. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security said via email Friday that ICE is investigating the situation and unequivocally condemns this type of action and our officer conduct. So I have not read much about this, guys. I did hear about it, so I'd have to know more about it. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they were doing that, leaving behind Ace of Spades cards because they think they're badass. Okay. So it did say once notified, ICE supervisors acted swiftly to address the issue, which implies that it did in fact happen. Homeland Security officials wrote, the ICE Office of Professional Responsibility will conduct a thorough investigation and will take appropriate and swift action. So, guys, during the Vietnam War, American soldiers would leave Ace of Spades on like the courses of the Vietnam, on like the corpses of the Vietnam. White supremacists used to do it too as a death sign, like as in we got you, you know. Great. Now we have our own very own homegrown ICE doing it. Yay! ICE. The Nazis have a calling card. I know it's almost comedically bad, the state that our country has come to. Don't we love that for us, guys? I'm so happy. I don't know about you. I'm very happy about it. Yay! Oh. Yay! What does it mean for them to condemn it? Just a slap on the wrist, probably, body swab. Let's be honest. I don't think they'll get punished for it. Okay. Glenwood Springs is by Aspen, in case everyone is wondering. That's like where all the people that work in Aspen live. Oh my. Okay. Of course they do. Of course they refuse to acknowledge it. Oh, that's great. Okay. Yeah, isn't that cute? Dog tags in the American shopping mall military LARPers and their love for pretending that they're elite soldiers. Right. It's hilarious. Hilarious. How we okay. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah, totally, guys. It's just I don't know about you. I love living in this timeline. I feel deeply safe and secure. Deeply safe and secure. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Love that for us. Great news. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you know what? You know what we need, guys? We need a little music, I think. We need a little bit of a where's my soundboard? We need a soundboard because why not? We live in a goddamn circus. Soundboard. Soundboard. Yay. Guys, everyone celebrate with me. Yay for calling card. Let's see here. Okay. Yay for calling cards. Everyone ready? Everyone ready? Everyone, yay. Yeah, I was about to say, Malzord, volume down, everyone here. I'll turn down the volume. Yay. Yay. Hey, it's so true. Oh my God, right? The circus continues. Anyway, I hope I didn't make anyone deaf, you know. I hope I didn't. I really hope I didn't. So that's good. Thank you, Big Braden. Thank you, Big Braden. Okay, thank you, Big Braden. Godspeed. You're worried that the current enforcement is going too far? I know, Cody. I really ought to get voice mod. I know, right? Okay. Yes. Well, yes, that's an understatement, Mr. Godspeed. Yes, I am deeply concerned that the current enforcement is going too far. That's an understatement, Godspeed. Okay. All right. So that's good. I love that shit. Okay, love that shit. All right. By the way, thank you guys. Yes, as TJ actually already told me about the quick button thing. All right. Okay. Oh, well, see, Godspeed, though, I don't want there to be any boot on anyone's neck, so I'd much rather not that enforcement not happen. That'd be lovely, right? I don't know how speeding up the enforcement would do any good. I don't want there to be any enforcement for fascist thugs doing enforcement. Yes, the boot has been on our neck for centuries. That's for sure, right? Okay. What app lets you mix the YouTube and Twitch chat? Oh, that would be that is Caster Labs. That's Caster Labs app. Okay. Yeah, me too. I think so too. We don't have a then tribal sovereignty is just a pretty phrase you use to feel better about yourself. What are you referring to? What are you referring to there, Godspeed? Yeah, I'm talking about, I think tribes should have sovereignty, absolutely, but I'm not talking about the United States, though, like the whole country. Um, yeah, I'm not sure. That's a different situation, but I'm not sure what you mean, okay. Um, okay. So thank you, Matsy, and I like it too. Alright, so that's good, guys, I love that for us. Yay, fun, 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 fun. Let's see what else we have to react to here. Alright. Space cars left behind following ICE arrests. All right, let's see here. I will watch this. Meowsword sent this just for fun here. This, I guess, is a clip from a movie. Is it a Command pilot to oh, is it a oh, okay, this is Masters of Air. So I guess this is a trailer for a show. Is it a TV show, Meowsword? Is it a TV show? Is it a TV show? Is that what this is? Okay. So here we go. Let's watch this TV show, but it's pilots, but Band of Brothers producers. Ooh, okay. So guys, this is just a trailer for a TV show called Masters of Air. Let's just watch it. Just because, you know, I'm interested in history and stuff. Apparently it's about World War II pilots. Okay, let us watch.
Hale, we're about to reach the target. How are we looking back there? Looking good, Major.
Oh my God, no thank you. You guys see this little ball but beneath the plane? It kind of looks like the plane's genitalia. You see that right there? That little ball right there? Okay. That was literally, there would be a guy sitting in there and operating a turret to shoot at any enemy aircraft coming up at them. Now, the problem with this ball beneath this plane where this guy would sit is that it would, yeah, exactly. It would, oh, it's a scene? Okay. That this ball would often get stuck. It didn't have the best hydraulics and shit going. You can tell that this is a male plane. Anyway, it didn't have the best hydraulics in this ball that would move around. Thank you, B-17, okay? And so what would often happen is this ball would get stuck if there was any damage done to the plane or even just if it wasn't well cupped. And that's a problem because another common feature that would fail on these planes were the landing gears. It was very often that the landing gears, so the wheels on the plane, the tires wouldn't come down when they were landing. So it would often be the case that the person would get stuck in this ball, and then when the plane landed, it wouldn't be able to put down the landing gears. So, so what would often happen is that the people, yeah, yes, a mad scene. So as you'd move this thing, you wouldn't be able to get out of it anymore because when you move it, suddenly the opening that would allow you to leave would no longer be open to you, which would meant that when you landed, you'd be the the turret would be crushed along with the person in it. Now think about how terrifying that is. Like, you know you're gonna die. You can see outside of the window that the tires aren't coming down. God, I'm having a mind blank here. Some of this aeronautical terminology, and you're just gonna be scraped along the runway and killed. Okay. Anyway, it was. And by the way, a lot of these planes didn't have pressurization and were very cold. You had to wear a bunch of clothing to keep yourself warm. So anyway, not great. Yeah. So yeah, the wheels on the plane do not go down, and that would be very common. It was unfortunate. Also, like massive, very high rates of these planes getting shot down and destroyed. Yeah, okay. Sure, Godspeed. That I think is different, Godspeed. That's, you know, that's colonial violence and dislocation and destruction, which I view as different than immigration. I get though that we could nitpick about immigration versus the other thing, but I think colonial violence is different. If that makes sense, colonial dislocation is different from immigration. But I know I keep pausing, guys. I'm a nerd history nerd. You see these explosions that are happening? That's flak. They're basically these shells that would fire up into the sky and they would explode, firing pieces of metal everywhere in an attempt to shoot down airplanes. The idea being that some of this metal would hit the plane flying by to, oh, thank you, Finn, thank you. That would, Okay, that would you know, I don't know, destroy, punch holes in the plane and stuff. All right. Okay. Uh, England and France, that's for sure. Right. Yeah, they're like sky grenades. Okay, they fire. Okay. Real fast, Godspeed. You say that there isn't a difference from immigration between immigration and colonization. I deeply disagree. Okay. You do know that these so-called illegals that you're talking about are partially descended from natives, right? So there's that, first of all. Second of all, a lot of native tribes, you know, would actually take people from other tribes and integrate them into their tribes and stuff like that. All right. Like our nations, I should say, nations or tribes. It's not like every native group was cleanly one nation. I assume you know that, Godspeed, since you're one of those groups, but they would often engage in nation exchange of peoples and things like that. So to say that, is that the same as colonization then? Like if when one group of Iroquois, for example, you know, the Onondaga or whatever, would integrate people from the Seneca, is that colonization? Because all right, I don't I disagree, but I know what you mean in terms of colonization, not the same thing as immigration. Guys, weirdly enough, I hate to say this, the Germans actually treated aerial prisoners of war pretty well. Not in every case, not in every case, but they did pretty well. There was this weird sense in the Luftwaffe, which was the sort of the German Air Force, of like a knightly honor amongst Air Force fighters of any country. So oftentimes, not always, guys. I know you're gonna uh, okay. So, nope, Godspeed. I'm not talking about pale faces. Okay. I'm not talking about the European colonists. I'm talking about people coming from like Latin America and stuff. Yep, that's for sure. But that's what I'm saying. That's fundamentally different, isn't it, Godspeed? Like what the Europeans did is fundamentally different from elsewhere. Okay. All right. Oh wait. So okay. So like what was I saying here? Yeah, it was Clumsy Mumsy. There was law in sort of a sense. Uh, there was law in a sense of like that being sort of a knightly thing. The last vestige of knighthood was fighting in the air. So even the Nazi Luftwaffe was pretty nice to captured American POWs who had been flying planes. I know that's strange. I'm not defending them, but it is true. Uh, I personally like, yeah, it was a sense of honor. Looking back, I would not have minded jumping out of my plane if I knew I would survive, if I thought I was going to be captured by the Germans. Okay, I know that sounds awful, but okay. I don't know, Godspeed. That's a personal thing. I don't know why that's the case. But I'm just saying that's not the same as that is not the same as colonization. Immigration is not the same as colonization. Tiago says, I came here just to create some disturbance. Say, fuck you, Sam. This is a donation. This is a donation in the name of Shrek. I love everyone in the chat in a not Epstein way. You're disgusting, Tiago. Godspeed. Again, Godspeed. You do know a lot of Latino folks are natives, have a native ancestry. I'm not. Okay. It is the same. They have native ancestry. And Godspeed. I could. I don't really want to talk about this right now, Godspeed, because we're watching this. We could talk more about this later. Exactly, Godspeed. So perhaps you should admit it's not just pale faces. You don't like anyone, even native peoples coming into your land. If you see what I mean, like you keep talking about pale faces, but you're also saying you don't want natives to come. So you just don't want anyone in your group, which hey, that's your opinion, but okay. Horrific. Oh. Yeah, Meowzord. Oh my god. Yeah, this is scary. Like I said, guys, these weren't pressurized chambers. So if there was a hole in the plane, you could keep flying. Like things aren't going to be sucking out of the plane like you would see in a pressurized chamber. So you could have a massive hole and still be flying and like flailing around. All right. So okay, lovely. Masters of the Air. That was great. Thank you, Meowzord, very much. Hey, that's fair. That's fair, Godspeed. That is quite fair. And I hope you know I understand your perspective about this because, all right. Okay. Um, that was Meowsord. I'm definitely going to watch that now. That's fantastic. Thank you for telling me about it, Meowsord. Yeah, I know, right? Whew, yeah, we should watch that show as a community, guys. Guys, I will ruin it for everyone. You have to know, guys. I love World War II movie, like things like this, and I will like talk during the whole thing, telling you shit. I hope you don't mind. Because if we do that, I will. I'll ruin it for everyone. That's why you should never watch Saving Private Ryan or Band of Brothers with me. Okay. Okay. Um, all right. So let's go on here, guys. What else do we got here to react to? Let's take a look here. Great, great, great. Mm. Huh. Lacroix, are you here, Lacroix? Are you here, Lacroix? This looks funny. Are you here, Lacroix? So we'll just do a kind of little funny one here. This looks kind of funny. When I was in the hospital, I watched a few war movies. That's Shasha Khan. I don't blame you, right? Okay, so Lacroix sent this over on Discord. Okay, yeah, Shasha Khan. Now Lacroix, this is a funny one. This is called Did Squidward start the Russian Revolution? Okay, I love these. These are so funny. So this is just, a joke kind of, but maybe we'll be able to talk about some history too in regards to the Russian Revolution. I'm in a history mood today, folks, if you didn't notice, okay? It's important, by the way, to know history to understand the context of current politics. So, okay, so let's watch this. Did Squidward start the Russian Revolution?
Did Squidward incite the Russian Revolution?
Hello, Weird Morris
During
Blob.
the build-up to World War I, Bikini Bottom became a hotbed for Marxist ideology.
You'll notice he's reading Das Kapital, which is Marx's seminal work on the economy. Okay.
Due to poor working conditions and the Great Chum Famine of 1910. An ineffective response by King Neptune to the growing struggles of the proletariat pushed Squidward into creating the Communist Party of Bikini Bottom. At first, the communists remained peaceful, but as their numbers increased, many began calling for the violent overthrow of the bourgeois class. As a
That's true,
result,
Big Brain.
Squidward began encouraging riots and sending pie bombs to many members of the Bikini Bottom elite. Fearing for his life, Mr. Krabs pleaded with the German Empire for help, who controlled the nearby Marshall Islands. Seeing an opportunity to weaken Tsarist Russia, Kaiser Wilhelm II sent a series of German U-boats to suppress Squidward's communist revolution.
Oh my god.
Squidward was taken prisoner and transported back to Germany, where he was held until 1917. After the February Revolution toppled Tsar Nicholas II, Germany shipped Squidward to Russia, along with...
By the way, Germany did do that. They shipped Lenin back into Russia, kind of with the hope that he would start a revolution. And, which, by the way, I think is kind of funny because it ended up being a horrible mistake, right? Yeah, they won the immediate war, but it ended with, for them it ended up being a mistake. It ended with the Soviet Union, which was able to basically defeat Germany later. Anyway, okay. You know what? I'm not sure, Weirdomorphous Blob. I have to look. It's one of those countries that partially speaks German, Weirdomorphous Blob. Who knows? Okay. He may have been in Switzerland partially. I can't quite remember off the top of my head. But all right. And they sent him back via rail, hoping that he would undermine the government.
Vladimir Lenin in order to increase Russian instability and remove them from World War I.
By the way, Russia would have lost whether or not Squidward had been sent back to Russia. Let's put it that way. All right. But it may have partially accelerated to have so much unrest, but it's kind of irrelevant. Okay. Anyway, so that's pretty funny. All right. Thank you very much, Lacroix. Squidward. There are a lot of weirdly revolutionary things, or what's the term? anti-establishment things in SpongeBob, like the strike. There's that one episode where he goes on strike. The people that work at the claim go on strike. So anyway, okay, what else we got here, guys? How dare you, Matt Saigai? How dare you? All right. What else we got here? Ooh, what's this one? Who's him? Oh, this looks interesting. This was sent by Jonas. Wait a minute. Let me see how long this is.
I still love.
Okay. This looks good. This is sent to us from Jonas. This says here that a mad scene. I hate you. Okay, yeah. They would have lost anyway because of that curse that Rasputin put upon them. Okay. All right. So this one is called Nazi leader's son. Don't trust us Germans. All right. Let's watch this. I don't know what this is going to be about. Probably about a Nazi leader's son. Okay.
Germany. I love being world champion in football, for instance. Really, I'm a nationalist, yes. And I also loved very much when Merkel said, we will do it with the refugees. Now she is. Everybody will be thrown out. That was a good thing. But also, as you can see, especially with Merkel and the refugees, everything changed because the silent majority, as if it were Jews again. This swamp is coming.
You really feel that? You feel so insecure about your Germany today?
Yes.
Is this
Don't trust us. And the special thing, I was very happy when they...
So, is Winter Linde here, by the way? We have some folks here that are German, or at least we did. They might be gone. That's cool, Amadsine. That's very cool. So, okay. Everyone here needs to watch the movie He's Back. It's a German movie where this guy dresses like Hitler, and then literally appears in modern day Germany and walks around and talks to regular Germans, unscripted, dressed like Hitler. Okay. And there are some disturbing things that happen in the movie. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there are different translations, Meowsword. Is it the same thing, Meowsword? We're back? Because there's also He's Back is another German English translation of the German. Anyway, some disturbing things happen. There are people who do not like it, okay? But there are other people who are weirdly happy about it and say things to him unscripted that are like, ooh, it's a movie, okay? It's a movie. Nope, they're actual Germans. Now, there are some actors in the movie because there's a storyline, but then there are parts of the movie where are actual Germans or Austrians. You know what? While we're listening to this, okay, let's finish listening to this, and then I will show you a clip or so from it, okay?
Community, yes. Suddenly, we were watched with countries all around Germany. We have invaded them centuries before, sometimes or often. So that gave me a happy feeling. Now England is leaving, Poland is like a dictatorship, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Austria, Italy. Now, who is the strongest left? The Germans.
Yes, but the Germans, as you paint it, the Germany today is a bulwark of moderation. Of tolerance compared to so many messages coming from Hungary or from Marine Le Pen or from so many people in so many countries.
As long as our economy is great and as long as we made money, everything is very democratic.
True.
But let's wait and hopefully not see if we have 5 to 10 years heavy economical problems. And the swamp is
oh my God, he's the son of Hans Frank. Ew. I mean, not him, ew, but Hans Frank was the governor of Nazi-occupied Poland. He was basically like a leader, basically a private, he was basically a king over Poland and was massively abusive, like slaughtered half the population there, I don't know, 20% of the population, a huge chunk of the population, basically turned it into his own personal estate and oversaw the construction and monitoring of the concentration camps, including Auschwitz. Horrible guy, Hans Frank. So this is the son of Hans Frank.
And this is C and will swallow again everything.
Okay. Oof. All right. So real fast. Yeah, this is true. There is a strain in Germany. Let me show you here. Okay. We also have seen the rise of the what is it called? That party in Germany, the AfD, Alternative for Deutschland. That has been pretty terrifying. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, correct. We're seeing that all across them. But let me see here. He's back. Interviews. So let me try to find a good example of this. Oof. We could do this one. Or not Alternative for Deutschland. What is that party called? Whatever. Okay. So, here, okay, I don't know if this is a good one, but here you have the guy that's dressed like Hitler actually goes to the neo-Nazi, the or the NPDs, which is the National Democratic Party. I forget the name of that party. It's sort of the modern Nazi party, kind of. All right. He goes to their headquarters and Alternative for Deutschland, and goes and interviews them, dressed like Hitler and shit, and just watch. I don't remember if this is a good one. Okay. So also, they interview this one woman who she says, "Oh, I'm so glad to see you. You know, we need to get rid of all these Turks, all these goddamn Muslims everywhere. Like, we need someone like you to get rid of all these Turks and all these Muslims." They're just blunt about it. Some of the people, notice their flag is the colors of the Nazi flag. They just use the old German imperial flag because it's illegal to show the Nazi flag. Their election slogans: hit the gas. Now, there are multiple ways to interpret that election slogan. I don't think I need to explain to you the one way it could be interpreted in regards to the Nazis. That's why this party is gross. Hit the gas. You can see how that might be interpreted. Yep. Right now, okay, right? Weird amorphous blob. And that's what they say. Oh, we're talking about a car speeding Germany into the future. No. Nazis would use that phrase, and the fact that he's referring to the fellow members of his party as our comrades, as in yours and ours. This isn't like really Hitler, but okay. Yeah, no, so imagine that a lot of the interviews and stuff are unscripted. You can tell that they've structured it though, okay? There is a lot of the movie that is unscripted, okay? This particular scene, I'm pretty sure, is partially unscripted, the questions and stuff. But parts of the movie are scripted, parts of the movie are not scripted. You have to watch, again, I don't know, you have to guys look up the movie. Some of the scenes, it's hard to tell whether it's a scripted one. You have to watch it. It is no, it's not like Borat, okay? I promise you. You have to watch the movie. It's very good, okay? Anyway, that wasn't the best scene, but there are some very funny scenes. And there are some Germans, there's one scene where he's in, I think it's Austria. No, I know it. Oh, no, it's Germany. I think he's in Munich and he's painting people. He's sitting in an open square painting people. And some guy comes up and starts yelling at him for being dressed like Hitler because some of the people don't want to see Hitler, but others are anyway. Yeah, so sad. But anyway, you guys got to see it. It's very funny. Okay. It's very German humor. It's very dark humor, but it's good. It kind of reveals a lot of shit. All right. About how a lot of Germans are still kind of into that shit, okay? Or don't care that much when they see Hitler. All right. All right. So if you ever have a moment, I recommend watching it. Let's see here. What's this one? This is sent to us by Outer Signal.
This is me sitting on the stage.
All right. So let's watch this. This looks fun. This looks like a good one. This is all right, this one is called I Infiltrated. Yeah, evidently, look who's back. That's another way. You could also say look who's back. That's another English interpretation of the phrase. Hello, Dex Stewart. So we're going to be watching here this sent to us by Outer Signal. Are you still here, Outer Signal? It's called I Exposed, Infiltrated, and Shut Down a Racist Network Dressed as the Pink Power Ranger. Ooh. Okay, so let's watch this real fast. This looks fun. I'm excited. And by the way, folks, if you like the content, you become a member for as little as 99 cents a month over on YouTube. Or if you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime. Okay. So you can do that too. You can also send me bits over on Twitch, or you can send me a donation, super chat over on YouTube. Also, please join our Discord. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. Okay, you can join our Discord and you can send things you recommend me to. You can recommend things for me to react to on there. Okay. Now, we didn't do much politics or news today. I needed a break from it because there's, but we're doing some history stuff, some social analysis stuff today, and et cetera, et cetera. But okay, let's watch this.
Of the Chaos Communication Congress 2025 in Hamburg, one of the world's biggest hacking conventions. Something is about to happen that neither the journalists I spoke with nor the Congress organizers are aware of. The three white supremacy websites I just talked about, White Date, White Child and White Deal, go offline. Now, more than 2 weeks later, they are still offline. No,
oh, good.
This didn't happen live on stage, and no, it wasn't a moment straight out of a hacker movie. It was mostly timing, a bit of performance, and things that were already unfolding in the background. So how did we get here? To answer that, we have to go back a few months. Dating apps are available for almost everyone. Jewish dating apps like JDate, Muslim platforms like Musmed, Christian dating apps, Black dating apps, Asian dating apps. They're usually...
Oh, it's so weird. I don't like that. I don't like that there's like Christian mingle. I know some people want to, I don't know. Is it just me? Like, is it weird that there's Jewish dating apps and Christian dating apps? It's just weird. I don't know. I don't like people getting stuck in a group and then being like, I'm only going to reproduce within this group. It's just, I don't know.
Usually built around shared culture, religion, or lived experience. At least that's the idea. A few months ago, I found a dating site that presented itself exactly like that. But it absolutely isn't. On the surface, White Date calls itself an ethno-cultural dating platform. Tradition, family, shared heritage.
Maybe there is,
but underneath, it's something else entirely. It's a white supremacy website. In fact, it's a whole network of them.
Oh.
White Date isn't about people preferring to date within their own background. Nobody cares about that. The problem starts where preference turns into ideology. Rather than being based on religion or culture, this platform is centered around race. Rather than promoting compatibility, it encourages worldview. Rather than
don't the religious ones do that too? Okay, whatever, it's fine. Tiago, I love you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You're the best. Fart to you too, Tiago. Thank you for the. Okay, that's bizarre, Macon. I can't believe that. All right.
Fostering connection.
By the way, Macon, you get a boop, boop, because I'm glad you told me about that. Thank you.
Normalizes hate speech and conspiracy narratives. Users are casually introduced to ideas such as white genocide, the notion that white people are being systematically replaced. They also introduced
that became the white great replacement theory in the U.S. Okay.
Used to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about Jewish control over the media, politics, and finance. The language used is borrowed straight from extremist forums and has been softened just enough to be considered discussion. This isn't just filtering gone wrong. This is extremist propaganda embedded within a dating app. What appears to
Thank you, Bright Love. But Bright Love, did you see there was a question about you on the last Kahoot?
be a niche alternative to Tinder is actually a global far-right ecosystem with thousands of users across the US and Europe.
Yeah.
Loneliness is being monetized. Hate speech is normalized. Criminal ideas are shared behind profile pictures.
It's really weird. I studied this a little bit in grad school because I looked at basically the fascist diaspora after World War II, how like fascist movements left Italy and Germany and kind of spread all over the place. It's weird because, remember, guys, one of the key aspects of fascism is nationalism, ultranationalism. Well, one of the weird things about neo-fascism or neo-Nazism is its internationalism, which doesn't make much sense. Like, it's different to be a French fascist than it is to be an American fascist, because fundamentally, one is supposed to be about France and one is supposed to be about America and think that they're superior. So but because of how weak fascist movements were at the end of World War II, a lot of these fascist groups started conceiving of the West. We are like French fascists were about preserving the West. American fascists about preserving the West as a nation, as opposed to individual nation states. And it has allowed, in one way it's contradictory, but in another way it's dangerous because it has allowed a lot of these fascist and far right groups to form international networks and connect with each other more on an international basis because they have this shared ideological belief as being a part of the same Western nation. Do you see what I mean? But I think this proves it, right? All these weird fascist ultranationalists uniting, even though that fundamentally is a contradiction. But okay.
Just in heart emojis.
Who built the castles and wrote the symphonies, I always say. It was always the white people. And the others, they just latch on and want to use all of that, acting as if it were their own achievement.
Oh, a bright love. So we do a Kahoot every two Fridays. A couple days ago, on Friday, we did a Kahoot, and I asked questions about community members. One of the questions was about you, a bright love, and most people got it correct. Okay, you should go back and look at the question I asked about you.
But in the end, they're just feeding off the creative power of the European peoples.
Yes, and if we simply no longer exist for whatever reason, whether it's mixing or not having children, then that's it.
That's also...
See, now notice how they've turned it into white people, right? White people. It's not French Americans, it's white people, or okay. Also, apparently, guys, there's never been a person of color who was an artist or a musician or anything like that, okay? Apparently, none of that exists. Apparently, only white people create anything, according to this worldview. Can you imagine how boring, for example, American culture would be if there hadn't been people of color there? Jesus Christ, right? Oh, but what a snorer that one would be.
It's like soaring off the branch you're sitting on. So with Deal, it's a freelancer platform for white freelancers, meaning white providers of services, online or offline. White ChildNet is a...
Yeah, Mad Scene, you're right, but it was still German nationalist fundamentally, in a lot of different ways, okay?
Comprehensive digital platform in Dusk, designed for users, for two parties. In this process, one specific party involved can choose to donate vital biological contributions like sperm and eggs, while on the opposite side of the arrangement, the recipients, who are white of course, are those individuals and couples who are actively seeking such medical donations because they are currently struggling with various forms of infertility. Of course, German culture...
Viva Venezuela, Fran. Viva Venezuela.
...is outstanding, but it was also created by white people. And when a non-white person comes in and says, yes, I'm black, but I speak low German and that's why I belong here, that's not true. And even with a German passport or an English passport, a non-white person will never be European, never be white.
Ew, why?
And we need to be clear about that.
Yeah, why? That's so weird, though. Like, skin color, it just, again, I'm so sick of the skin color shit. Like, why does the color... Okay, it's dumb. It's dumb. I'm not even gonna go into it. You all know it's dumb.
Because being patriotic national does not mean being racially exclusive. Ultimately, it's about loyalty, and from the Jews and also the half-Jews, even the quarter and even eighth Jews, we can no longer expect 100% loyalty to our white interests.
Oh my God, it's so gross.
And some will probably never understand that what is happening here is a race...
We are talking about Nazis, Franz, and white nationalists. Isn't that fun?
...war. And yes, of course, that sounds crazy.
This is Liv Heide. Or rather,
that
this is what she calls herself. She presents herself as a thinker and a cultural guardian, the woman behind White Date, White Child and White Deal. Later in this video I reveal who she really is. For now,
Fran.
What matters is the ideology she publicly promotes. Liv's favorite concept is something she calls Europits. According to her, Europits are the smartest, most naturally superior survivors of the Ice Age.
Ew.
Descendants of Cro-Magnon men. She deliberately avoids using the word Caucasian, she says, because that would include Jews and Turkish people.
Oh my God, ew. I just like all this stuff is made up. All this shit is made up, guys. Can we just agree that all this shit is made up? I feel bad even putting this video, what they're saying out there. It's all made up. Who cares? You can see going back, like everyone is always making up like some new racial grouping, like white people include this and this and this, or white people don't include this and this and this. Black people include this and this and this. It's made up. Races are made up. They're invented. They're not real. Okay, they're not real. It's all a bunch of bullshit, and it changes over time. You know the one thing that isn't made up, though? You know the one thing that doesn't have actual boundaries? You know the one thing that doesn't have actual boundaries? Humanity. People. And that's like, yeah, I know, shocking, HGMS. People. We're all people. People. We're all people. Okay, that's like the one thing that's most obvious. Okay, like everyone is a person. We're all the same species. And then we can be stupid and be like, oh, all these people are, this one has a different color. I'm scared or whatever. It doesn't matter. All people. All people. Trust me, go live around or hang out around people that don't look like you, and it's very hard to not realize, oh, wait, they're just people too. Who would have thought? They like to eat, they like to sleep, they like to have joy, they like to find love. Who would have thought? They're human beings. Oh my God, shocking. Yep. And if you want to see a real difference that we make between people, that is actually a difference that is constructed by society, it is class. That's where we're really divided by, is class, so that there are some people who are given many more benefits than others. Of course, race has also an issue, but we've created. But anyway, okay.
It's old school.
Exactly, Fran. You're right. Nationalism is an excuse to not talk of class.
Racism from the 1930s, repackaged
Hello,
as
Cicero.
modern
Welcome,
identity
Cicero.
politics. It sounds scientific. It isn't. Cheekbones do not determine intelligence. Skin color does not determine morality. DNA does not care where your grandparents were born. But pseudoscience does not need to be true. It just needs to sound convincing enough to justify exclusion and hierarchy.
Yeah, remember I said, guys, the core of fascism, die Welt ist meine Vorstellung. The world is however I view it to be. Any of the pseudoscience, any of this bullshit racial science, it doesn't matter that it's not true. It just needs to justify what these people already believe. It's just a justification for it. They already are like, I scared of black person. I am Neanderthal, scared of black person. Okay, that's rude to the Neanderthals. And so then they're like, oh, well, the reason I'm scared, it's not because I'm a little baby. I'm a pathetic little baby. It's because science says that I should be, because they're inferior. You see what I mean? It's an excuse for these weak little scary feelings that they have because they're scared. They don't like change. It's a very pathetic and backwards way of thinking. All right. It's so stupid. All right.
And then there's my favorite part, the registration warning on White Date. It says, adding personal contact details and social media profiles is against our terms. It would harm our business and expose your data to spammers, prostitutes, data collectors and infiltrators, anti-white journalists and fads, who, despite our extensive filtering and security measures, still manage to get in. So they warned users about so-called anti-white infiltrators. It felt less like a warning and more like a challenge.
Yeah.
So
real fast. Okay, I love her. She's great. A Mad Scene says, I don't like to play into any race science, but it's so funny that Europeans have the highest amount of Neanderthal DNA. Yeah, I have Neanderthal DNA, folks. When I took my genetic test or whatever, I found out I had some Neanderthal in me. Like, anyway. Yeah, it's funny. See, you're right. Okay. By the way, Neanderthals weren't nearly as, we tend to view Neanderthals like these cavemen. They were much more intelligent than we give them credit for and stuff, but it is kind of funny.
Sent one in. Actually, not just one, several. I sent several AI bots into the site. They were carefully prompted, closely supervised, and intentionally boring. They didn't argue, provoke, or radicalize anyone. They just existed. And then, the first bot got banned.
Yeah, weird.
Why? Because I poked around in every text field I could find. And that poking broke the bot's profile completely. Pictures disappeared, messages vanished, settings reset. Then I got an email explaining my account was banned. So I simply wrote the support. They said there were suspicions that I'm a bot and that the user needs to be white verified. I had to upload a video of myself holding an email address in front of the camera, which I did within 15 minutes using a deepfake software. Once verified, I asked if they could just delete my account because my profile was broken, which they directly did. A premium membership for 3 months because of all the trouble included.
Wow, she went.
Yes, they literally
How dare you,
upgraded
Ninjester? Hello, Ninjester. Glad to see you here.
A broken AI profile to full paid status while insisting it was a verified white user. It is exactly the kind of absurd bureaucratic farce that makes you question whether these people are dangerous or just spectacularly incompetent.
Why can't it be both? I think they're both deeply incompetent and dangerous. That's partially what makes them dangerous, is that their beliefs are based off nonsense. It's all about the feels for them, and they don't care about anything. They just care about getting their feels met, right? about removing the scary people. Exactly. That's fascist, baby. Lacroix, right? Okay.
And then...
Exactly. There you go, Weirdomorphous Blob.
Leo appeared. A user started messaging the bot asking if it wanted to meet someone in real life.
Jester.
He even suggested bringing Liv Hyde along. Apparently he wanted to brag that he knew her. I thought, bingo. We arranged a meeting at Hermannshöhe, a semi-famous restaurant on the northern German coast. Naturally, the bot did not show up. But I did. And I watched as they arrived. And I followed their wannabe Aryan or Europid, whatever, road trip through Travemünde, a Viking village and other spiritual neo-Nazi sightseeing spots. The whole thing was a living postcard of terrible taste in motion. After they stepped out of the...
Wait, she followed them around wearing a pink ranger outfit? Is that literally true? How did she get away with that shit? I would have noticed that immediately. Wait, I'm confused. Okay, she didn't really do that, right? She just followed them around regularly? She couldn't have been wearing a pink ranger outfit to follow them around. That's like the worst way to be undercover, right? Am I crazy to think that? Okay, I thought something else.
In a quiet suburb of Kiel, I looked up public records, and the trademark White Deal was tied to a company officially registered in France, but the owner's current address, that very house in Kiel. Suddenly became clear. I never had to leave my basement. All the critical pieces, the alias, the company, the trademark, even the physical location were sitting there in plain sight. Meanwhile, on the site, users whispered about anti-white spies and secret investigators. Paranoia online, transparency in the real world. Because of a trademark. Lol. I continued to gather more data on the site, and the irony became impossible to ignore.
Yeah.
Let's just say the ideological ambition did not match the infrastructure. The site felt like someone installed WordPress into...
Oh my god, it's so true, guys. I had to, I'm not gonna say why, but okay, when I was in grad school, I had to go to sites like what is it called? Stormfront. God, don't go to that site. I don't even know if it exists anymore. Don't ask why I was on there. I was doing research, but regardless, and like, oh my god, like Nazis are the worst at creating websites. I don't even know much about creating websites, but like they're always the worst like websites imaginable, like with the shittiest font. It's really sad, actually. It's like, is this the like existence you have? Is you have to hang out in these horrific, boring communities? Like if you go to 4chan, for example, also really shitty website. Really shitty website, like really bad website. Okay. Massey threatens to go nuclear and reveal Epstein client names if Bondi won't unredact them. Oh, I love that. Weirdomorphous Blob. Okay. Okay. That's so stupid. Mad Scene. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And you know, Mad Scene. Yeah. And like, yeah, a Malzord. What do I call you, Malzord? Sorry. Matsy says, my dad is Welsh but has an Irish surname. They have been in Wales as far back as we know. Recently in Wales, a Welsh ultranationalist was telling us we don't get to have opinions on Wales due to having an Irish surname and not being true Welsh. The whole thing is just ridiculous. Like, it's impossible to have a purity test that actually works and doesn't end up attacking your own people. Yeah, no, this is why we need to get beyond this bullshit, right? And like, I called you Blobby. I'm sorry, Malzord. Forgive me. You are Blobby, though. I don't know what you look like, Malzord. Whatever. My apologies, Malzord. Okay. Yeah. It's like, that's why we need to get past all this bullshit. Okay? We need to get past all this bullshit. Like, it's so stupid. There's so many other things. Imagine if we all didn't care anymore about, like, who you are or, like, your racial background or your ethnic background or all this other bullshit. It would be so great. Right, exactly, Matt Saga. That's why I think everyone in the world needs to start copulating together, and then we won't have a color difference anymore. Everyone will eventually just look a general same color. Anyway, you know, why not, right? That would also bring people closer together. Just go around. Okay, I'm sorry, I shouldn't talk this way. But like, we just like, yeah, everyone is turning into Weirdomorphous Blob. Weirdomorphous Blob is like the blob from that movie, eating everything and then integrating it into herself so that you're all becoming Weirdomorphous Blob. Okay, anyway. All right. You know, exactly, Mouser. We'd always find something else to fight over, right? We'd be like, oh, these people have birthmarks and these people don't. But at least that would be new, right? I'm just sick of the skin color shit. All right.
2012, and then decided that security was a left-wing concept.
Oh, absolutely.
Profile photos with intact EXIF data, GPS coordinates, timestamps. Bathroom safety.
It is. It's so pathetic, Outer Signal. It's like the worst website.
Broadcasting exact locations to the world. The user base in October 25, about 4,000 users in the US, hundreds more in Europe, 12% women, the remaining 88%, and no, we still don't know if that is intentional, were men. Men paying to future.
You guys saw that, right? 14% are women, 88% are men. What are those two numbers, folks? Someone tell me in chat. Tell me in chat, what does it mean when they say that 88% of their numbers are men and 14% is women? Tell me. Yeah, because obviously, folks, those two numbers don't add up. So you obviously can't believe that, especially since 88 is code word for Heil Hitler and 14 is the 14 words. So obviously you can't trust those stats, right? Can't trust those stats at all.
Chosen, love, locked behind a page.
And I will say it's kind of funny. She said it's unclear if that was intentional. Well, it's kind of clear. That number doesn't add up to 100. It goes past 100%.
Paywall. Then the story breaks. The German site publishes it, Swiss VOZ covers it, German Stern TV sends journalists
that's fair.
cameras to date some racists.
Oh, I got
and
you,
what
Outer.
happens?
I forgot to click the accept there, Lacroix. You got it.
More users sign up. Every time the public looked closer, the platform grew. Visibility alone didn't weaken it, it validated the people already lurking. The websites were fully anonymous. No imprint, no owner, no transparency. Hate speech and conspiracy theories everywhere. Officially classified as digital extremism and still online. The authorities tried. Sort of.
Yep.
The German intelligence agency searched for...
Guys, it's just, isn't that so pathetic? The whole 1488 shit. It's like, oh my God, really? You guys really are out there LARPing like your secret code words and shit. Even though everyone knows what it means now, you're still doing the whole 1844, like 1488 shit. Like, oh my God, exactly. It's like a children's secret playhouse. Like in the 1950s, kids could have these little like secret codes sent to them from these companies, these toys companies, so you can discover like you can try and figure out the secret code because you're like a spy. Like that's exactly what it is. Oh my God, they think they're so cool. Oh my God, they think they're so cool. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing.
Hide them. They found the wrong one. Not the woman running the racist platforms, but an actual Roman novelist with the same name who had nothing to do with any of this. What happened next? They called her employer, and she lost her job.
Yeah,
apparently that counts as law enforcement. Anonymity plus bureaucratic failure equals extremist networks operating.
He did, J-Mac.
So I am happy with those websites being shut down. If and how they come back will show if the fact that they have been shut down was good or bad. At this point, especially in the context of the C3, it feels appropriate to say something about ethics. No one here is claiming moral authority. What is clear, however, is that society has no effective answers for how hate, conspiracy theories, and digital extremism spread. The internet, which made nearly every piece of information accessible, has become an epicenter of misinformation.
What's VOR? Guys, tell me, what's VOR? Someone said VORE. What is that?
People fall for Pizzagate, QAnon, chemtrails, and flat earth debates. Facts are overtaken before anyone can even blink, and frustration is displaced downwards onto those already marginalized, rather than addressing the structural issues behind societal failure. Meanwhile, social networks are exploited to influence real-world events. Think Cambridge Analytica and election interference.
Thanks, Nin.
Demonstrating that this is...
I don't want to... No, Sam, don't ask what VOR is. Okay, sorry. I won't ask. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. I don't know. Have I humiliated myself? Is that true? Thank you, Dex Stewart. I'm not going to allow through your comment because I think you just explained it. Okay, someone else did. That's fine. Okay. Thank you. Now I know. Thank you. Is that true? Is Dex Stewart correct? Is that what it is? Because guys, I'm ignorant. Is that true? Is that true? Okay. Okay. I don't know. I shouldn't have asked. I wasn't sure. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I'm ignorant. Okay. Oh, thank you, Ninjester. Okay. That's kind of gross. Ew, that's nasty. Ew, yucky. Can I kink shame? Is it acceptable to kink shame that? Do we all agree that it's acceptable to kink shame that? Because I really want to kink shame that. Can we kink shame that? All right. Okay, thank you, virtual violence. I would like to officially kink shame Vor, okay? Whatever that, you know. Um, I am officially shaming that. Shame all of you for doing that, okay? Shame all of the ones out there who enjoy that. Okay, anyway. Moving it on.
Far from harmless eccentricity. In general, we should act responsibly in digital spaces, avoid harm, respect others, and only interfere when there's a meaningful reason. In the digital world, responsibly exposing or shutting down networks that spread hate, conspiracy theories, and extremist coordination can be considered a form of civic responsibility, a practical application of democratic principles. It ensures public spaces are accountable, harmful ideologies cannot operate entirely in secret, and journalists, researchers, and society can observe what is actually happening. That a person
Grisella,
in a pink Power Ranger costume ended up nudging this forward is absurd, but sadly illustrative of the state of things. The websites White Date, White Child, and White Deal were highly questionable at best.
Hi, Mr.
Probably
Kincaid.
illegal. Operated anonymously and with almost no oversight. Data published on okstupid.lol consisted only of content already publicly visible on the platforms and conversations with my AI personas. All other private information, including messages between real users, IP addresses, and other sensitive data, was not released publicly. It was shared only with trusted journalists and researchers via DDoSsecrets.com, a platform specialized in responsibly hosting sensitive leaked datasets. This transparency allowed further investigative work. Journalists identified additional politicians active in these networks. Several people wrote me that they reported suspected illegal activity to authorities using the exposed dataset. In context, these sites were not critical infrastructure and had limited relevance even within the radical right. They primarily served a subgroup drawn to a mix of pseudoscientific racism, conspiracy theories, and nostalgia.
So, okay, I've lost the thing here. So now she's exposed them and she's getting people to tell on them. Is that what it is? I kind of lost the thread.
Far-right ideology. Exposing them or shutting them down did not harm anyone. It only forced participants to confront the public consequences of their beliefs.
Okay.
Ultimately...
Gotcha, that's amazing, Meowzord. Oh, she's badass. I like this woman. What's her name? I know you... Well, I'm going to save her site. So Martha Root, I've never heard of her before. She only has 17,000 subscribers. Dear God, why? Everyone needs to go subscribe to her. I'm going to share her channel. And if you guys do this just for the sake of me getting, for me trying to build relationships, if you do go join her channel, you should leave a message for her telling her that I sent you there, okay? Just tell her that Casual Revolt sent you. You don't have to, but it would help me make more. I don't have many connections with other creators, so I need people to want to stream with me and shit. So there you go. There's a link to her site. If you join her site, you should leave a message. I was sent here by Casual Revolt. Okay. Meowzord! Meowzord! I'm not going to say that out loud, but how dare you, Meowzord? How dare you? Okay. Big Braden, I'm scared. I don't want to call Messenger. She's scary, and okay, no, I'm kidding. All right. All right. No, I can send her a message too, but it would help me get in the door if people mention that, hey, I sent these people over. Oh, you should. A Ninjester, you should do that. You should do that. Okay, you should do that. Oh, really? Oh my God, a Bright Love. I would love that shit. We should do that. I have a little baby podcast, but I'd love to have you on at any time. Oh my God, I love you. Thank you, Big. I almost called you Big Braden. I'm sorry. A Bright Love. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll finish this. We're almost done with it.
Were not dating sites. They function as hubs for hate speech, conspiracy theories, and ideological coordination. Participation on them was inherently political. This is probably a good place to stop for now. The sites are currently offline, and we don't want to ruin the magic. Some good news. Someone reached out to me and thoughtfully redesigned OkStupid, resulting in a much more user-friendly interface. Credit where it's due. Thank you for the work.
Why not, Big Brain?
Part 2 will show how I got the data in the first place, which vulnerabilities were found, how they were disclosed, and what was actually inside the dataset shared with journalists and researchers. It may take some time until Part 2 is published to keep the suspense, the magic, and the full story intact. For now, remember, this isn't about white people dating white people.
By the way, this is very German coded with the club music in the background. You all know how much like a lot of Europeans, especially Germans, love their like house music and shit. Very German coded. She's German, right? I'm guessing.
About how that narrative is used as a cover to spread hate.
I feel like I'm in a Berlin dance club or something.
Racism and conspiracy. And how, as this case shows, even the most secretive networks can tremble with a bit of curiosity, creativity, and trolling.
Love it. Okay. Oh my God, that's cool. She's kind of a badass. I deeply appreciate her. I deeply appreciate her. Okay. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? Yay, everyone doing there. Yeah, Sudo. Okay, how's everyone doing out there? Everyone doing good? Okay, you know what? This is what we're gonna do, guys. I'm gonna put up my face. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go, urinate. Okay, I'm gonna go urinate, which I know you all, like, appreciate me telling you, okay? I'm gonna go urinate. Hello, TJ! I'm gonna go urinate. What do you mean Dems are growing spines? Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me, Doug. Thank you, J-Mac. I will drink more. How dare you, Weird Morphous Blob? Okay. Exactly, you did, TJ, okay? So I'm gonna go urinate. And then, yeah, don't give me hope. Don't be lying to me. What do you mean, like, Dems are growing spines? Okay, Doug, I will. I'm very, very cynical about what you're saying, though, Doug. I really doubt that's true, okay? I think you're lying to me. Or exaggerating, okay? I'm about to dehydrate. That's true. So, guys, I'll be right back. Please stay here. Stay here. And if you stay, guys, I'll hand out a bunch of boops when I get back, okay? So, but that's the key. You better stay and send me lots of money. Otherwise, no boops for anyone. You understand? Okay, I'm just joking. I'll boop you anyway, but please. Anyway, I'll be back, guys. Wait, can someone else vanilla shame? Exactly, Drusella. There is no such thing as gay vanilla, okay? How dare you? All right. Let's rob him and leave. Screw you, LaCroix. Screw you, okay? Okay. I'll be right back, folks. Give me a moment. Don't remember, I can see everything. I will be watching very carefully what everyone is saying in here, okay? So don't be good, okay? Be good. And I'll be right back. Goodbye.
We got to run away. Through the red lights. Police coming, moving on. Yeah, we're taking on the right way. We got a fresh view. Police.
hope you all know that I can see everything you've been saying. All of it. Every last word. So, before I rejoin the chat here, anyone who wants to beg my forgiveness will be granted clemency. Will be granted clemency, all right? If you admit right now, if you say, hey, Sam, I beg your forgiveness. Please forgive me for my backstabbing efforts. I will forgive you and grant you a boop. But for those who remain obstinate, there will be no boops for you. There will be no boops for you, ever. You'll never get a boop again. 30 more seconds. It's your choice. Hi, everyone. Hi, welcome back. Hi. I'm sure none of you did anything wrong while I was gone, right? None of you. Not one of you. You're all innocent, perfect little angels. So, okay. All right. So Finn did say I love you, CR. By the way, Finn, I sent you the name of the song. I don't know if you noticed that, okay? So Finn gets a boop. Boop, because Finn said he loves me. All right. All right. All right, let me see here. What do we got here, guys? What do we got here? I'm trying to see here. How dare you, TJ? Okay. You will resist your TJ. I swear to God. I swear to God. How dare you refer to quack? Okay. I'm sorry, oh deity, Sam. Thank you, Body Swap. Body Swap also gets a boop. Boop. All right. Yeah, that's right. You better beg for forgiveness, all of you. All right. All right. All right. Thank you. Let's see here. What do we got here? You're going to hold the gentle chatter hostage by withholding boops. Well, okay, no boops for you then, I guess. I'm as innocent as OJ, okay? And by the way, look, Matt Sai guy, I did the whole body thing. You sent me money. You said you wanted me to be have less shirt on. There you go. There you go, Matt Sai guy. Less shirt on for you. There. Now you all can, now you can, I don't know, enjoy the less shirt. There you go. Okay. Gladly will sell my body for the sake of money. Okay. Anyway, let's see here. Now we get nobody make a comment. Okay, let's see here. He's about to dehydrate. Okay, this could be any moment to shine. Finally pee his pants. Can someone else shame appreciating the post here? Thank you. Thank you very much there. A mad scene, right? Yes, I was just appreciating the post urination slutty shirt. There you go. Mayflower Kid, because I get very hot. Literally, though, the reason I wear a lot of shirts like this is because it gets very hot down here with the computer and everything. So, okay, yeah, I'm always crashing out. I'm a good boy. Yeah, Finn is a good boy. All right. Okay, so let's continue, guys. We have a lot of things to talk about. Are you happy, Matt Saigai? Look, Matt Saigai. Look. Okay, oh my God, I feel like such an asshole. I'm never doing that again. I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize. I feel like an asshole. All right. So, let's go on here. We got, what are we doing here? So, let's watch a couple other things, all right? I'm sure, Cody. All right, so I have a couple things I wanted to watch. First of all, someone sent us, our good friend here, TJ, sent us something to watch, all right? And I would, or was it TJ? Was it TJ? No, not TJ. I'm sorry. Outer Signal. Outer Signal here sent us something. And by the way, TJ,
it's 1 month.
I'm going to read your shit. I'm going to read your shit that you sent later, okay? Now, what I'm going to do here is I thought we could watch some of Outer Signal's. Outer Signal did a video, okay? And what I would like to do, and by the way, TJ, of course, if you ever have a video you want us to watch, you send it to me. Outer Signal is a creator. And I'm going to copy the link to his site because, we're a collective, got to support each other. So here we go. I'll send a link here. So if anyone wants to go to If anyone wants to go to Outer Signal's site, you can go there and, I'm sorry, his YouTube page, you can subscribe, etc. So Outer Signal did a video. It is 20 minutes, so we may not watch the whole thing, but we'll watch at least half of it. But then if you want to watch the rest of it, you should go to his site and watch it, okay? And then definitely subscribe. So, okay, thank you, Finn. You like it? You like the shirt? I think it looks good. Do you know how this shirt has a, you know how the shirt has a jester on it, guys? Do you see how the shirt has a jester on it? Ooh, look at the shirt. Has a jester. Look at the jester, guys. There's a jester on the shirt. Isn't it great? You'll notice I also have a blanket on my legs because it's yeah. All right. Okay. So my legs get cold anyway. So all right. Outer Signal face reveal. So everyone ready? Let's watch this Outer Signal video, shall we? All right. Let's watch this Outer Signal video. And shirtly, you jest. Ha 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 ha. All right. How dare you? How dare you, Mayflower Kid? Okay. So, oh, no, we're going to watch some of it, Outer Signal. I don't care. So we're going to watch some of it. Let's watch some of it. This is Outer Signal's video. The title of this video is, again, we'll only watch half, and then I want the rest of you to go watch it yourselves, or watch a few minutes of it. How about that? And then if you like it, you should go watch the rest of it so that Outer Signal gets the views, okay? We need Outer Signal to get the views, so we'll watch a little bit, but then you better go watch the rest, okay? Everyone ready? Everyone ready? Let's watch.
Into 2026.
The name of the video, by the way, the name of the video is We Just Re-Entered the 19th Century Geopolitics in 2026. Okay. All right. Okay. But that's the thing, Finn. If I do show you the whole thing, you guys might not go and watch it. And we need people to watch it so that he gets more views on the video, right? It does not much help him if you all watch it with me, right? It doesn't much help him. So I'm going to watch a little bit of it, and if you want to watch the rest, you should go over there. You got it? Okay.
Month into 2026, and in January, the world watched as the sitting president was snatched from sovereign soil. If you clicked on this video, you're probably wondering the same thing I am. What the hell is going on? The world order is ending. NATO might be over. The UN looks broken, and international law...
You know what? Shut up, Mayflower Kid. Shut up. You shut your mouth, and you stay in Vermont, okay? By the way, you all failed. You all absolutely failed. I just ignored what you were doing, and now no one's doing it. And now no one's doing it, okay? You all lose. You all lose. And only a few people got a boot because only a few people did what I said. So sorry, you all lost, okay? All right.
Feels optional. Trump is threatening ally and foes alike. Putin is still grinding through Ukraine. Meanwhile, the Gaza ceasefire seems more like media narrative than reality. Everywhere you look, the pattern is the same. The strong act with impunity, and the rest of us can do little more than watch in disbelief. And amidst all this chaos...
Wait a minute, is this actually your voice, Outer Signal? Because Outer Signal, my God, that is quite the sultry voice you have, I must say. Yeah, right, I totally agree. 10 out of 10 on the voice there, Outer Signal. I mean, whew, Outer Signal. Oh, all right, no wonder I needed to change shirts. It's getting hot in here. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, anyway.
Leaders are starting to say the quiet parts out loud. The international system we grew up with might have always been more of a pleasant fiction than a real set of rules.
Oh, so you think, Outer Signal? Like, we all know that, right? We all know that, right? Okay. That's great. Love it. Love it. So true. So true. It's all fictional.
We have to ask ourselves the unavoidable question. If this world order is ending,
Mr. Kincaid,
what replaces it? In this video...
Meowzord, more like Zaddy Signal, right? Why am I always sexually harassing the community? Okay.
What's going on, why this moment feels different, and how this could all play out, including
right,
what,
Finn?
if anything, we can do about it. Broadcast commencing in...
Oh, I like that countdown, Outer Signal.
Some of you might be thinking, isn't this just business as usual? And in some ways you are right. Power has always mattered more than rules.
Mm-hmm.
But what we're seeing now is different.
Shut
Powerful
up, Mayflower
states
Kid.
are now barely pretending the rules exist at all. Take Venezuela. The capture of President Nicolas Maduro in January 2026 was unprecedented in the modern international system. The last time we saw such overt military, or intelligence operations targeting a specific individual on foreign soil was decades ago. Adolf Eichmann in Argentina in the 1960s, Osama bin Laden in Pakistan in 2011. But Eichmann was a Nazi war criminal.
Yeah.
Bin Laden was the world's most wanted terrorist. Whatever you
How dare
think
you,
of
Finn?
him, Maduro was the de facto and legal president of a sovereign state. I can hear some of you already saying that regime change isn't new.
Alyssa, did you see what exactly did someone? Thank you. I was waiting for someone to notice that I deleted Alyssa's message in a very authoritarian crackdown. You all saw that, right? Never mind. Nothing happened. I didn't delete any of Alyssa's messages.
You may point to Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya. And again, you're not wrong. But these interventions came wrapped in the performance of legitimacy. In Iraq, the US and its allies spent years constructing a legal and moral case. Weapons of mass destruction, intelligence briefings, UN resolutions. It was deeply flawed and dishonest.
Yeah.
But the point is, the argument was made within the framework of international law.
Yeah.
Afghanistan was presented as collective self-defense, the war on terror. The intervention in Libya was preceded by a successful vote at the UN.
That is an interesting point. Like there was more debate within it. At least there was debate within it, right? That's an interesting point, Outer Signal.
Security Council. But with Venezuela, there was no serious attempt to ground it in international law, no prolonged justification. Trump said it plainly. Oil mattered. Strategic interests mattered. In saying it out loud, Trump was signaling something deeper. International law didn't apply, or at least not to the United States.
We have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil. We're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be.
Venezuela is the recent example, but something else exposed the collapse. Gaza. We all watched as civilians,
was that you, Outer
including
Signal?
Thousands of children were killed in Gaza. The response from Israel and Western governments was almost automatic. Self-defense.
Shh, Drusilla, it didn't happen.
Meanwhile, the International Criminal Court said there was credible evidence of crimes against humanity and issued arrest warrants against Israeli leadership. The response from the United States was unambiguous. Across administrations and across party lines, Washington made it clear its
Thank you,
support for
Tiago.
Israel would remain ironclad. Media coverage minimized civilian deaths, treating them as unfortunate but inevitable.
Too late, Alyssa.
And for a lot of us watching, something broke. The sense of credibility and legitimacy. It felt like we were being gaslighted by the very systems that were supposed to stand for human rights.
Yeah, that's
and
for
truth.
sure.
The institutions that claim to represent a rules-based international order suddenly looked selective, political, and hollow. It was impossible to ignore. Hypocrisy has always existed, but the difference was the brazenness, the open rejection of norms that were supposed to restrain our worst excesses.
100%.
All this is part of a much larger trend.
Okay. We're gonna stop it there, guys. That is good. I like the guys, please go watch the rest of it. I feel bad showing it all because it'll make people won't go watch the rest of it. If you like it, go watch the rest of it. Go support our friend Outer Signal. I like the approach that this is giving. The idea that we've entered things are different at the moment, right? Yeah, we've been an imperialist power, but how it's being framed is different at the very least. That's a very interesting point. There's like not even an attempt to debate within international law. Okay, of course, Outer Signal, right? But you should go watch Outer Signal's videos. Let's get him, let's spread the power of the community. All right. Okay, bye-bye, Tiago. And by the way, I didn't delete that many people's messages. Okay. I didn't delete that many. I didn't. Of course, yes, I know, Matt Saga. I know Outer Signal is a better video creator than I am. I totally agree. If I had like 1/10 of Outer Signal's video editing skills, I would be making like amazing shit. I don't though. My video creation skills are about you know, setting up a camera and then not editing it after filming 2 people sitting and talking, okay? And then maybe I'll cut it a little bit and take out some things, but, like, I ain't got none of the skill for any of that other shit that Outer Signal has skill for, okay? I'm really just good at, like, putting a camera on people and watching them talk about someone else's video. That's what I'm good at, okay? But, alright, anyway. So, but yes, I know he's better, which is a shame because he needs more views on his videos, okay? You know, Mayflower Kid, I don't need that from you, Mayflower Kid. I don't need that from you. You know what? No, Mayflower Kid, I'm banning that. I'm banning that. No more. That's it. I'm hiding that. I don't want to see that baby milk shit. Okay, I don't want to see that baby milk shit. All right. Hello, Finn. Hello, Finn. I'm not being defensive, Drusilla. I swear to God, I'm gonna remove you too. Okay. There we go. All right. Thank you very much. So, guys, please support Outer Signal. The message while being outraged about threats against Greenland. There you go. So, thank you, Outer Signal, for that. I'm gonna like that. We're getting the views going up here. Copy. I'm gonna send once again, just for those that are interested, send this to Outer Signal in case anyone's interested. That is the channel name. Okay. So, okay. Thank you, Outer Signal. Let's see what else there is to watch here. Okay. All right. Newly surfaced video show describing tens of thousands. What? Okay, this was sent to Louise. Are you still here? This was sent to us by Louise.
Epstein files are going to get released.
You know when Epstein files get released? Okay, let's watch this. This is, I guess, Pam Bondi being caught on camera saying something about the Epstein files. What do you mean I didn't sub the channel? I am subbed on, at least. If I didn't, I didn't mean. Oh, I'm sorry. I am subbed with my my professional account, but I'll also sub with this guy. I didn't even notice I wasn't subbed. We're gonna turn on all notifications. All right. So do that. Make sure you set up notifications. Okay. Okay. All right. Everyone ready? Let's go. Where'd I go? Where'd it go? Okay, here we go. So everyone ready? Let's see what she has to say.
The Epstein files are going to get released. We hope soon. The FBI's been.
Oh, I know you are, Outer Signal. I've just been lazy, Outer Signal. Like I make all this video, I do all these live streams, and then I have no time to make videos otherwise, and I don't know what to do. I'm like stuck in this cycle of doing the same thing because I can't find the time to do something different, if that makes sense. I'll figure it out. Who knows? We'll figure it out as a community, right? I'm going to put the burden on all of you. Anyway.
Okay, so. Any dates? No, you know what it is? There are tons and thousands of videos. Yeah. And it's all with little kids. So they have to go through every one.
Tens of thousands. Okay, well, we already knew that, but thank you, Louise. We have tens of thousands of. I do need to find more time in your groove. Tens of thousands of videos with little kids. No doubt. Zero doubt. I believe that. I believe that. Okay. So that's great. You know what, guys? I see a lot of people talking about that. Maybe we'll do a community stream sometime or a community discussion in the Discord about how to go forward with the channel, etc. Because I would love all of your insight. I really would love some insight. I know we've talked about it a little bit, but not much because there are lots of things to discuss and deal with, etc. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Louise. Yes, tons of stuff with children in those files, of course. Right. Let's see here, guys. What else we got here? All right. Reactions. Ooh. All right, let's watch this. So let's do this. This is from.
Do you actually know what?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's too long. Forgive me. A bright level. Watch it a different time, but it's too long for today. Okay, Doug, you said you posted something that shows that Democrats. Okay, let's see here, Doug. I'm not buying it, Doug. Doug says the Democrats are growing a spine. I don't buy it. So let's see here what they have to say. Now, if you crush me, oh yeah, absolutely, Drusilla, absolutely. Okay. Okay. So Doug, Doug, I'm gonna give. If it's true, Doug, I'll give you a boop. If it's not true, you're gonna get a bonk, Doug, because how dare you bring me hope? Well, we can start. I don't want to get into drama with other creators of Mad Scene. How dare you? Okay. All right, so we'll figure it out. So let's see here. And Doug, you better not be lying to me, Doug. You better not be giving me hopium. Okay, everyone ready? We'll see here. We'll see if the Democrats are fighting back. For those who don't know, Ghislaine Maxwell is testifying before Congress today. She's basically just saying, you're right. That actually, I'm considering that, Louise. I'm considering streaming less so that I have days to work on videos. That is a very good point. And that's something I wanted to talk about with everyone is maybe having fewer streaming days. Yeah, I agree. I agree there, Louise. All right. So we'll talk about it though. Thank you, Louise. Very good point. All right. So let's watch this. Okay.
What we did get was another episode in her long-running campaign for clemency from President Trump. And President Trump could end that today. He could rule out clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell, the monster. He could rule out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, the monster. The question for all of us today is why hasn't he done that, and why won't he do that?
But I am here to tell you that House Democrats, specifically on the Oversight Committee and the Judiciary Committee, as we do have Pam Bondi coming before us here in a minute, we will not be deterred. We will not be distracted. We know who it is that needs to be held accountable, and we will go.
Is that so, TJ? Okay, I'll take a look at what your conclusions were. TJ did a big study on my stuff, and I haven't looked at it yet. I know you sent it, but I'll take a look at it. Interesting. Okay, we'll figure it out.
In, and we will make sure that we continue to dig. This will not stop us because his co-conspirator decided that she was going to try to play games with us this morning. I got news for you, Ms. Maxwell. We're not done. We're going to continue to go.
There are now at least 9 or 10 other countries across the world that have opened investigations or forced their leaders to step down because of their mere association with Jeffrey Epstein.
Wait, I don't get it. What's the strong stuff here? I'm confused. 1 second. We'll see.
And the United States government is engaged in an active cover-up of the largest sex trafficking scandal and influence peddling scandal in the history of the United States, and Donald Trump is right at the center of it. And the person who is living to provide the evidence, who knows what is going on, is trying to invoke the Fifth to buy her clemency. So let's be clear on what we saw here today. This was an effort to essentially try to secure her pardon by keeping her mouth shut. And we will not allow this silence to stand.
So wait a minute. They're offering her, is the impression I'm getting is that they're going to offer her clemency if she rads on Trump? Is that what it is? Doug, they're going to try to offer her clemency. They don't have the power to do that. They're calling out Trump directly and trying to get him to the pedophile ring. They're not backing down. Well, verbally, Doug, right? Verbally, they're saying that. I don't really know. Unfortunately, I'm not defending them, but they don't have much power at the moment. So, like, I don't think it'll change much. The Ghislaine Maxwell, yeah, didn't they? Wasn't there a deal? Aren't they trying to make a deal that she will get clemency if she testifies against Trump? Because that's basically what she's already been given by the Trump administration, except it's the opposite thing. Let me see here. I want to try to, I thought I saw this somewhere. Oh, yep. Yeah. So this is what, okay, the Trump administration news. Maxwell can clear the president's name in exchange for clemency. So forgive me. It's the Trump administration saying, clear Trump's name and I will give you clemency. That, guys, I mean, I'm sure that's very fair. I'm sure that's very fair, right? Very fair. So yeah, I don't, the Democrats are, talking about Trump, but Doug, that doesn't mean that if they're going to do anything, like they can't do much, unfortunately. But okay. They can bitch and moan about it as much as they want. Okay. So I just hope they keep doing that. All right. So of course we have a deeply corrupt system, who, come on, he's out in the open about it. And by the way, like, just to show you the rot in this country, look at the front page of CNN. That story is a little one off to the side here. The big story is the Savannah Guthrie shit. And a little off to the side here is the fact that Trump is offering clemency in exchange for him not being revealed. Okay. Yeah. So that's good. So Ghislaine Maxwell jailed for 20 years for conspiring to sent a message to Donald Trump. Oh, so Maxwell sent this message to Donald Trump that if the president were to grant her clemency, she would clear his name of any wrongdoing as it pertains to Epstein. Ooh, that's interesting. That's fair. That's fair, Doug. Okay, that's fair. Separately, members of Congress can review unredacted versions of the Epstein files at the Department of Justice today. I really hope one of them leaks the information. And now, let's put it this way. The Democrats will have a spine. I will give them credit if some of them leaks the information in the rest of the Epstein files. No, Doug, you're not going to get a bonk because you're half right. I'll give you a boop because I like you, Doug, okay? How about that? Doug gets a boop. Boop. All right. So you get okay, we can hope if they want to be strong, hey, I will say, you know what? I love you, Democrats. Chuck Schumer, you're the greatest. You're the best. I love all of you. I'm sorry, the House Democrats. Jasmine Crockett, you're the best politician ever. But as long as they actually report what they see in the Epstein files, yeah, it's a risk. They could get sued. They could be found guilty of a crime for doing that, but someone needs to take a hit for the sake of the country. So I think that one of them should say what is in the Epstein files. Okay, the unredacted one. Someone better say it. Okay, someone better come out and say, oh, by the way, there's a video of a Trump doing this or that or this or that. Okay, do it. You don't have to reveal the name of any victims. You don't have to reveal the name of any, or you don't have to reveal the names of, you don't have to show any of the videos or the images that which have CP in them. I'm just saying, tell us. Someone tell us. All right. So, but I suspect they won't, but we'll find out what happens. Okay. Because they're able to see those files today. All right. Thank you, though, Doug. All right. That's great. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, especially while we keep losing Republicans with the balance of power, they can absolutely afford to leak shit. Yeah, why not? Okay. Okay. Dems won't do. Of course they won't, Mayflower. Okay, but it'd be nice. It'd be nice. Is there like no House privilege where can't be prosecuted for things said during session? We have in the UK. So the documents are classified or at least hidden because of court order, I'm pretty sure. I have to remind myself. So they can be found legally liable. I'm not sure, Madsine. Yeah, absolutely. No doubt, PSDS. No doubt Mossad is involved. Okay, absolutely. Yeah, 100% PSDS. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Okay. Right. Oh, PSDS. Oh my God, guys, I'm so sick of having to deal with this. PSDS, you were right. You were right until you said that. You were right until you said that. Okay, dear God. All right. All right, because PSDS. Oh my God. Can someone else deal with this? Can someone else deal with what PSDS said? I'm sick of having to deal with it. Right? We all know that Israel is not the same as being Jewish. I don't even want to have to deal with this right now. Oh my God. Okay, we're going on to something else. JQing, guys, is Jewish questioning. It's what the Nazis did. It's the idea of like implying that the Jews are in charge of everything and control everything. And God, ever since, this is why the Epstein files were so bad for Jewish people. Because, all right, okay. Yeah, thank you. Like, again, like they just keep coming in here. And I get it. This is why the Epstein files are so dangerous for Jewish people, because it enables all the people to come out and be like, it's the Jews, it's the Jews. All right. Anyway, yeah, a lot of the people that are guilty are Jewish. It's honest. And there was a lot of Jewish supremacy. But anyway, but that's not, oh, you guys know what I'm going to say. Whatever. Okay. So that's good. Let's see what else we got here. I'll watch what you sent here, Alyssa. Where'd you send it, Alyssa? You send the reactions? Let me see here, Alyssa. You know what? Let's watch real fast here. First, I'm going to watch Druzilla's. Thank you, Druzilla. Druzilla sent us a cute one with a kitty. I want to watch the kitty first. Okay, let's watch the kitty. Here we got a little cute one with a kitty. Let's watch the cute kitty, folks. Whoever in the mood for... Okay. Yeah, everyone ready? So let's watch this. This is a cute kitty. Everyone ready to watch the cute kitty? Yay. TJ, I have not seen that. I have not seen it. Okay. Yeah, right. Weird Morris Blah. Apparently, Mohammed bin Salman was Jewish. Apparently, Donald Trump was Jewish. Apparently, regardless. Okay, so first let's watch Druzilla's, and then I'll get to yours, Alyssa. Everyone ready? Let's watch.
Your buns. I'll teach you how to do it yourself. Fly like a bird. Oh, jeez. All right, let's turn it on. And look what you have. It's water. Yeah. So you take a little water and you wash down toward the tushy buns, get them nice and fluffy, and you rub it in. Then you turn off the water, and you're all done. Remember, you're gonna wash your buns. I'll teach you how to do it yourself. Fly like a bird.
Oh, that's so cute. I love little kitties. Okay, thank you, Druzilla. Let's watch now. Alyssa's that Alyssa sent here. Well, Virtual Violence sent one too. Okay, let me watch Virtual Violence's, then I'll watch Alyssa's. Virtual Violence, so you're still here. Let's watch this.
I've never believed my work was meant to change the world in the clean, cinematic way people like to imagine.
Oh, this guy again. Okay, this is Robert Arnold, who we watched yesterday. Let's see what he has to say. Good Virtual Violence. I'm glad you're alive.
Music, no tidy story arc, no victory parade where the dust settles and everyone suddenly agrees on what justice looks like. What I do is quieter and also louder at the same time. I do this, the saying goes, so the world knows it cannot change me. That distinction matters. It always has. Empires don't fear reformers nearly as much as they fear people who refuse to be reshaped. You can bargain with someone who wants approval. You can pacify someone who wants inclusion, but someone who says no and keeps saying it, someone who won't kneel, won't soften their language, won't make their anger polite enough to digest, that person is dangerous. When Jesus said, if someone strikes you on the cheek, turn to him the other one also, he wasn't preaching passivity. That line has been laundered by power for 2,000 years because power loves a quiet Christ, a meek one, a Christ who tells the oppressed to accept their bruises with a smile and call it virtue. But that was not the Christ walking through the Roman streets. Turning the other cheek in that world was a public refusal to be humiliated. It forced the oppressor to confront their own violence. It was dissent without permission. It was non-compliance dressed as restraint. That was radical. He was not passive. He was ungovernable, and that's the lineage I stand in. So yes, stand up for something. Create noise, create trouble, make them uncomfortable. If the truth you are telling doesn't cost you something, you're probably just reciting approved talking points. If the power you're confronting still likes you, then you haven't confronted power at all. Make them hate you because you challenge the validity of their bullshit. Then make them hate you more. Not because you crave their attention, but because you refuse to lie for their comfort. Because you won't sand down your language to fit inside their polite cages. Because you won't pretend cruelty is policy or that bureaucracy absolves moral responsibility.
Yeah.
Hunter S. Thompson understood this probably better than most. He said that liberty has to be defended, preferably with a bottle of wild turkey in one hand and a raised middle finger on the other.
I like that idea.
Not because drunkenness is some noble thing, but because reverence is a trap. Tyranny survives on ceremony.
Yes. Oh my God, it's so true. I'm so sick of the civility politics and the ceremony of it and how the Democrats are obsessed with it. And yeah, it's so libbed up. We need to have ceremony and we need everyone to be nice to each other and you better be respectful. And yeah. It's missing the point. The ceremony hides the problems, okay?
Dissent survives on irreverence. So, listen to me, please. Keep your head up. Keep your eyes forward. Fuck the patriarchy. Fuck ICE. Fuck the military-industrial complex. And fuck supremacy in every form it slithers into the world wearing a clean suit and a practiced smile. There is no such thing as necessary cruelty. There is no such thing as acceptable domination. There is no version of supremacy that doesn't rot everything it touches. No, I don't want to be remembered as agreeable.
Weird Morris blob.
And I hope that when I die, the people
That's what I hope. I hope there's Democrats out there that don't want to be remembered as agreeable. That would be nice.
who disagreed with me celebrate my death. I hope they feel relief. I hope they feel the silence and mistake it for victory, because that means I mattered. That means I stood in their way. That means that I forced them to reckon, even if only with their own unease. Fuck them.
Yep.
My goal has never been to be loved. My goal has never been to be safe. The goal is to be unaltered. And if the world learns anything from me at all, let it be this. You can bruise a person. You can blacklist them and mock them. You can shout them down, erase them from polite company, but you do not get to rewrite them. I'm still here, unchanged, unowned, unapologetically unaltered. Defined till death.
Yeah, that's cool. Thank you, Virtual Vines. I really like him. I really like his shit. What happened to Markiplier? There's a video. It's probably just clickbait. It says the Markiplier situation is so sad. He was removed. Why? What happened to Markiplier? I don't know. Who knows what happened to Markiplier? Okay, let's watch Alyssa's now here. Thank you for that, not Victoria. I'm sorry. Thank you for that virtual violence. Right. We got this one. Blue skies, up them blue skies. Wait, what? What is this about? I don't get it. Highlighting the speaker who stood in front of the surprised mayor and told him to consider what the mayor of Ohrdruf must have thought before he died by suicide. What? Would you explain what this is about, Alyssa? I'm very confused. What does it have to do with any? Okay, let's watch this. Some local thing, I'm guessing. Hello, iHeartBagels, welcome. His movie was taken off the #2 spot on a chart. Not sure which one, but Melania movie replaced him. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah. Okay. Probably about him moving. Oh, okay. Who cares? All right. I don't care about it, but all right. I think it's something to do with this film. Okay, who cares? I don't give a shit. All right. The detention warehouse was bought in Arizona, and the leader said we can't interfere with federal projects. Is that what this is about? Oh, where did it go? So that's what this is about, Alyssa? I mean, it's true. Technically, local governments cannot interfere with federal projects. I mean, they can litigate, but they can also do other kinds of resistance. Where'd it go? I just lost it. Okay, we'll watch this again. All right, here we go.
I'd like to share a story from a local paper in Coldwater, Michigan, dated to the 9th of April, 1945. It tells how the U.S. Army, under General Patton, the U.S. Third Army, came onto what you might call a detention center just outside the village of Ohrdruf, Germany. The U.S. Army brought the leading citizens of
that's fair, Madsen. I agree with you there.
Ohrdruf to tour the facility, which turned out to be part of the Buchenwald network of concentration camps. A U.S. Army colonel told...
What are you talking about, Doug? What do you mean? What about Irving Berlin? What about it?
The German civilians who viewed the scenes without muttering a word that they were to blame. One of the Germans replied that what happened in the camp was, quote, done by a few people, and you cannot blame us all. And the American, who could have been any one of our grandfathers, said, this was done by those that the German people chose to lead them, and all are responsible. The morning after the tour, the mayor of Ohrdruf killed himself. And maybe he did not know the full extent of the outrages that were committed in his community, but he knew enough. And we don't know exactly how ICE will use this warehouse, but we know enough. I ask you to consider what the mayor of Ohrdruf might have thought before he died.
Oh, I get it, Alyssa. This is horrific. All right.
Maybe he felt like a victim. He might have thought, how is this my fault? I had no jurisdiction over this site. Maybe he would have said, this site was not subject to local zoning. What could I do? But
so Mayor of Ohrdruf was actually a mayor from Germany who offed himself when the Nazis were building a concentration camp, I believe, right, in his town. Is that what this is about? And in this small town, ICE is building a holding facility, or is creating a holding facility, okay?
I think when he reflected on the suffering that occurred at this camp just outside of town, that those words would have sounded hollow even to him. Because in his heart, he knew, as we do, that we are all responsible for what happens in our community. And I urge the council to take action to stop or stall, or at the barest minimum, to think creatively about how to exercise oversight over this proposed ICE facility. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to share.
That is good. So he's trying to tell them, the mayor and stuff of the town, hey, maybe you should consider, no, Mayflower Kid. So they are building a ICE holding facility in this small town, okay? And he went up there and talked to the mayor of the town and the board of the town, basically, and told them a story of a mayor in Germany who unalived himself after finding out what was going on in a concentration camp that was inside of his town. And he told this story to the board and the mayor, who are allowing ICE to build a concentration camp, our own concentration camp in his town. Does that make sense? Okay. And he's saying to them, once you find out what's happening in there and shit, you might feel like the mayor. And it's not really an excuse to say we can't do anything about it. Maybe you should resist, okay? You do something to fight back. Oh, that's okay, Mayflower Kid. Yep, they absolutely are, TJ. ICE and Israel are related. 100% they're related, okay? Do we know the death rates? Do we know the death rates of these facilities? Do we know how many are being admitted and deported each day? I do not know, Madsen. I don't know. I have to look it up. Okay. All right. So that's clever. Okay. What time is it, folks? We got 4:34. Okay. So guys, what was I about to do here? So how about this? Let's do this. I am going to get off now, okay? Where is my face here? So I'm going to get off now. I will come back on tomorrow, of course. Oh, interesting. Okay. I think I've been going for, 4 hours? 4 hours? Yeah, 4 hours, something like that. Okay. So I'll come back on tomorrow, of course. Oh, God, gross, Alyssa. Really? The warehouse is across the street from a school in a neighborhood? Running count of how many people. Oh, gotcha. Thank you, Weird Morphous Blob. Germany is freaking scrambling for $40 billion a year, and we have America spending. Yeah, it's insane, TJ. It's absolutely crazy. It's interesting. If you think of the Nazis, guys, thank you very much, Ahmad Scene. Thank you. You just want to watch the. That's not the projection. What if you just want to watch this conversation game? LOL. Oh, I don't even know. Is it on, Doug? I don't even know. What time does it normally come on? I don't know what you're talking about. That's not the projection. What's not the projection? So real fast here, okay? Something interesting about the Nazis is that you have to understand too how I told you, like, fascism is pretty inefficient and pretty anti-intellectual. The Nazis were fighting a 2-front, if not 3-front war. And they spent tons upon tons upon tons of resources to transport Jewish folks to concentration camps. Like they took up all these railroad lines that could be used for transporting resources. They used a bunch of locomotives. They sent weapons for guarding concentration camps. Think about that. How this is. I know it's weird that I'm talking about this, but. Like in the middle of a war, not exactly a good use of your time, right? And just think about, too, the incompetence of how much money how much money and resources are being spent to do all this stuff while the country is like falling apart in other ways. It's deeply incompetent and like a waste of resources. But anyway, just a note there, that like even in a war, fascism is like, nope, we still have to get out these people. We have to get out these people. Like even if it destroys their own country because they hate the people so much. Anyway, all right. Okay. So guys, a few things here. Let me do some boops, some ending boops here. Let's do some ending boops. All right. And we will perhaps sometime this week talk together about what to do with the channel, etc., and things like that. Because I've only been doing live streams. I've barely been posting anything else. And I was getting a lot more new subscribers and such when I was also posting videos. But I prefer live streaming. And I got to tell you, like, I should do more video reactions, but I don't like them. I feel like it's shit content. It's just like taking someone else's video and reacting to them. But with my dad, I think people like to see that. They like to see my dad, who's older, and a younger guy and an older guy reacting to shit. But anyway, I prefer doing the live streams because we can do more in-depth conversations about things. And we do reactions, but they involve into other conversations. Anyway, so I need to figure out what to do about that. Maybe we'll have we'll talk about it, all right, at some point. Okay, a mad scene, we can do that. But also, anyway, so let me start handing out boops, right? Let me start handing out boops. I will take a look at, keep doing your teaching. Okay, I got you, Mayflower Kid. I know, Mayflower Kid. You mean, my live streams and stuff? I absolutely will, okay? I'll definitely do my live streams. I agree, Outer Signal. I need a pipeline of turning the live stream videos into videos. Like, the live streams can be the product, and then I cut it up and then upload it to YouTube. I think, I got you, Mayflower Kid. Excellent. So, I know, that's what I like to do. Okay. Is a way to get other creators exposure. I got you. Okay. So anyway, we'll figure it out. Maybe I'll have to, when I do reactions, remove the chat and stuff and the border here, because I think that throws people off. Anyway. Okay. So, first of all, let me hand out some boops. Virtual Violence, you get a boop. Boop. Mayflower Kid, you get a boop as always. Love having you, Mayflower Kid. Boop. Doug gets a boop. Boop. Outer Signal gets a boop. Everyone join Outer Signal's channel. You all know now. You all know how handsome. You all know how handsome Outer Signal is now, and how Outer Signal has a very attractive voice. Okay, so you all need to sign up for Outer Signal. Okay, thank you, Samuel. Samuel Westwall, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for that. Have you been watching Samuel Westwall? TJ, you want a bromp? Okay, bromp. There you go, TJ. You get a bromp. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. Who else gets a boop here? Thank you, I'm at seeing you get a boop. Boop. All right. Doug gets a boop. Boop. Who else gets a boop? Weird Morphous Blob gets a boop. Boop. Exactly. I agree with you, Louise. TJ gets TJ, you already got a bromp. You don't get another one. Ninjester gets a boop. Boop. Who else was a boop? Did I miss anyone? By the way, folks, thank you. Cody gets a boop. Boop. Meowser gets a boop. Boop. Am I missing anyone? Okay. Samuel Westwall gets a boop. Boop. Please like the stream if you haven't already. Did I miss anyone, TJ? Okay. Can Vor fans get a boop? How dare you, a mad scene? Yeah, if that's the case, boop a mad scene, because I bet you are into that shit, okay? Lunatic. God. All right, guys. Did I miss anyone? Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Am I missing any boops here? Anyone else want a boop? Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. I already gave a boop to Outer Signal. Anyone else want a boop? Have I handed out enough boop? Of course. If I handed out enough boops, speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, of course, Samuel Westwall. Anytime, I'll give you a boop anytime. Okay. Have you been around him often, Samuel Westwall? You should join our Discord. Anyway, I feel like I haven't seen you before. Everyone ready? Okay, you all know what I'm about to say. First of all, what am I going to say first? Someone say it in chat. You know, I'm not going to say it. This is a community effort. Someone say it in chat. What's the first thing I'm going to say? What's going on here? What's the first thing I'm going to say? Oh, thank you, Samuel. Fantastic. Mayflower Cat, thank you, TJ. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to not obey authority figures blindly. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo because you never can fully trust anyone online. I'm a human being. I make mistakes. So do other people online. Okay? We are not a cult, right? We are the anti-cult cult, all right? Don't always listen to authority figures, all right? We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. We need, in order to fight that, we need major reforms in this country. I'm advocating for revolutionary change. That includes other places around the world where fascism is rearing its ugly head. We need to fight back, folks. We need to resist. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't be a slug. Don't let the fascists walk all over you. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It's been passed into my family for many years. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifices go to waste, and always, 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 always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I will see you all tomorrow. I love you all very much. I hope you know that. Okay. Of course, Finn. Boop. Thank you, Finn. You're the best. Thank you, Samuel Westwall, and a boop to you, all right? A big old boop to you. Weird Amorphous Blob gets a boop. Boop. All right, you guys. Have a good rest of your day. I may come on Discord later, and as always, if something disastrous happens in the news, I mean, all the news is disastrous anymore, but if anything particularly disastrous, anything enough to get my dopamine rushing enough to come back on, I will come back on later, okay? It's going to have to be more than like a school shooting because those are so common anymore. All right. I gave you a boop, Finn. Finn gets a boop. Boop. There you go, Finn. You get a boop. I gave you a boop. How dare you, Finn? Finn, greedy with the boops, okay? I want an acknowledgement, Finn. I want an acknowledgement that you got a boop. Okay? Otherwise I'll give you a brump. All right? Okay? You get a boop. Right? Okay, anyway. Goodbye, everyone. Love you very much. By the way, I've been playing, I swear to God, Finn, I've been playing The Cult of the Lamb, which is a great game. I highly recommend it to everyone. Okay? Great game. I recommend it. Bye-bye, folks. Fight fascism. Never stop resisting. Goodbye. Bye.